Hey there, travelers. My name's Kai. Welcome to Proudly Radical. I legitimately consider doing this entire show episode for sort of as an act, pretending not to know what was going on in and around the world. Just, is there anything happening? I haven't really checked in on the news today. People seem, I don't know, social media has been a little weird. No idea what you're talking about. I mean, we can recap. Where did that go? Why is that different on my all of a sudden? Forgive me for. There we go. Looks like Republicans held on to the Senate. Mitch the bitch is holding on to his seat. Lindsey Graham is holding on to her seat. You know, it's a fucking horse race at this point. I feel sorry for SJW, who's been calling the race the entire time. Like he's been like, it's Biden for sure. It's Biden for sure. Luckily, one, I'm a pessimist. Two, I'm an anarchist. So I don't believe in either of these candidates truly in my heart of hearts. And also, I've lived in America for almost 40 years. This is not my first rodeo. I know how we vote, and yeah. Did he? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised in the least. I'm looking at the AP because AP's been calling the races since 1848 or 1858, something like that. I watch the AP calls as opposed to anybody else. And it doesn't seem like, I mean, we're still waiting on a few to be coming out. It does sort of look like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Georgia could all lean Trump. So there's a significant possibility of Trump winning a second term. Which, I mean, okay, so let's go for the Trump wins a second term, right? Good. I'm not. I'm in it for the long haul. I want to watch it burn. Yeah. I for better or for worse. I do have offers. Hey, Mitre, I have offers from around the world to come to those places. Mitre's first. I don't think I personally, my feeling for tonight's stream is that it's not going to be insane, but we shall see. So we'll see how it pans out. We're just getting started, and things usually get warmed up by the 45-minute to an hour and a half mark. That's where shit usually kicks off. So we'll see. I haven't put anything too baity in the title. I did joke around earlier today about putting Biden wins in the title just to fuck with everybody. And see who I could fish out of the fucking ocean of the internet. But let's go on the auspices that Trump has won. Because I think I think it's a safe bet. I know there's a lot of leftists that would probably freak the fuck out, but I think it's good for business. Not business, but business as a leftist. Those of us that are on the progressive side of of life, should have gone with Biden wins Texas. Yeah, exactly. I think that there is an accelerationist tact to be appreciated, to be engaged in, to be utilized here. Trump 4 more years with a Republican Senate is going to be 4 more years of what we have now. So I think I think there is reason enough to get behind a Trump win as an anarchist, as somebody who wants this system to be fundamentally reformed. And so I think the more people he ostracizes, the more people he alienates, the better it is. The same goes for Biden, but Biden wouldn't have done that. Biden would have rode the fucking middle pine, just like all of the libs tend to do. And, maybe we could have eked out some progress out of that. But there's going to be a lot of people who are motivated under a second Trump administration. A lot of people that were, in that sort of indeterminate space that we can now take advantage of and mobilize and further get involved in political spectrums to the left of things rather than that sort of, I just want to run my life and, I've got my job and that sort of thing. I think we can take advantage of that as leftists. Yeah, I agree, Ramsey. I do feel that way as well, but I think that there is something to be said about a forward retreat situation, that eventually you are in enemy territory too deeply. There's no turning around and going back to the coast where you disembarked from your boats, right? You have to just push forward into friendly territory. And so I think we're there. I legitimately think we might be facing that situation. I feel ya, handholder. I feel for them. I've got a progressive neurological condition that I could really use some amazing healthcare and some reformations in the insurance industry, because within the next 4 years, I'm going to be completely disabled. Not autonomic nervous system, so it's not like I'm going to need help breathing, but my sensory organs, my nerves in my hands and my feet, they're on fire right now. I could use some like IVIG treatments, which are $25,000 a pop, and insurance companies won't authorize that sort of thing. It's all experimental treatment. So trust me, I'm in that camp. I am not healthy. Thank you, Tiljan. I'm firmly in that camp of I'm gonna be fucked by the next presidency. Like I'm 100% fucked by that point. So, but it's not just about me. Right, it's a big picture sort of situation, and it's at least I have a roof over my head and food in my stomach. Right, like I'm lucky. I'm luckier in that aspect of compared to several of your friends, as you said. But at least I hope they still have their health, and I hope they maintain it through any experiences that they have coming down the pike for them. Homelessness can take it can really take the shit out of you on that one. My brother called me liberal all evening. I just stopped arguing. Oh yeah, you can't have that conversation. A lot of Bernie supporters are going to be vindicated, but I don't want to be vindicated. Remember, Lib said Biden was most electable. Oof. Again, you're on an anarchist channel, Tiljan. They're both shit. They're both shit. Yay. What do you want? I mean, they're both hyper-capitalist dickheads. They both support systems that are exploitative and hierarchical and cruel by the very nature. Anarchists have rules. I know your concepts, your conceptualization, and your political science understanding, your civics education hasn't really taught you about anything in and around surrounding the topics of anarchism. But anarchism doesn't mean a society without rules, without organization. That's not what it means. It means a collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms. That's what it means. So that's adorable that you attempted to do that, and you're welcome to attempt further miseducated, uneducated, straw man type arguments on my channel. But I mean, I got to tell you, it helps to, if you're going to have a discussion, about math with a math teacher, it would help if you understood the basics of math first. Hey, welcome, MF. Ginger, 100%. I mean, 100%. I mean, there's the whole fascism thing versus the just general liberal, neoliberal authoritarianism thing. Seeing as she's been with me since, no, it isn't, Tiljan. No, it isn't. No gods, no masters. It is in this. It is the sense of, Christina, he's yours if you want him. Whoever wants him, he's yours. Society has rules, even under an anarchistic system. There's still order and organization. Cool. Was Thomas Hobbes really? Did he call himself an anarchist? Oh, let's see. No, he's the founder of social contract theory, not an infamous anarchist. Ginger, I know. I always vote down ballot because that's the most effective thing you can do in your in your environment. There are many philosophers. Very good, Tilgen. Very good. Welcome to the party. Hobbes was a philosopher. You know the very basics about Thomas Hobbes. He was a philosopher. I've got a channel philosopher as well. Her name is Elle. And yes, Socrates, the infamous supporter of democracy. Socrates hated all of you, just so you know. So you know, if you want to quote Socrates, understand he hated you. Here's literally the first two sentences out of Wikipedia. Literally. And if even Wikipedia can nail this, Tilgen, then I think you can nail it as well. Like, if something as poor as Wikipedia can hit it, then I think you can hit it as well. Oh, that's fair, handholder. That's fair. Well, if you're bored, Tilgen, leave. There we go. First one of the night. And just in time for our resident philosopher to show up. Hey, Elle. It's going to be an interesting night. It may be a ban-heavy stream, depending. I have empowered multiple mods at this point. We shall see how things go. Sue, I was almost going to pretend nothing was happening today. But you know, tonight's just a night show and shit is going to get weird based on the US election. So if you'd like to join me on air at any point, you're welcome to join me on air. And that goes to all my VIPs and regulars. You know who you are. If I've vetted you before, you're welcome. Let me, It's funny that your happiness is predicated upon that, Ghost. I mean, Biden winning wouldn't have made me happy for 4 years either. It's kind of, it's a statement of tribalistic mechanics of team play. It's very similar to the people who declare victory when their team wins in the Super Bowl. I look upon that as a very interesting form of rudimentary tribalism. That's sad. It's a subjugation of your own persona unto a cult leader. Hey, let's do this. You ready for this shit show, man? Let's see. Let me get Sue dialed in here. He's usually around 100%. I'm resentful to Americans and enjoy their pain. That's why I vote Trump. You're a sadist. You there, Sue? No, what you just described is the behavior traits of a sadist. Reveling in someone else's pain is sadistic. Let me bring him back. Hey there, Sue.
Hello? You hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you ready for the clusterfuck that's going to be tonight's stream?
Oh, yeah.
I told Discord, I told my mods, I'm like, this shit is either going to be quiet because everybody's going to be burned out, or it's going to be what it's already shaping up to be.
Trump's speech that he did is claiming that he won the election when he didn't. Claiming that he wants to go to the Supreme Court.
Well,
and
I mean,
basically,
if I had a group of friends that I know are going to get my back no matter what, I'd fucking go to them too.
Well, he wants them to stop counting
Yeah.
the votes that are still being left to count from the mail-ins.
Yeah, that sounds like a Democratic proposition. He's a fascist. I mean, we've known that for a minute or two now. And that was what the political utilitarian style calculus was involving Biden and leftists, was that, okay, so he takes his foot off the accelerator for a moment, and maybe that progress can be made. And I've been arguing from the position of, one, don't make predictions, and two, there is an argument for an accelerationism tactic at this point, due to the fact that we find ourselves far too deep in enemy territory, as it were, and that you're way, way, way away from where you need to go, and you're better off just charging through to friendly territory out the other side. And it's like, what do you expect? 4 more years of this is going to get super interesting. All you motherfuckers out there that thought BLM protests were off the chain, like, they're insane, they're fucking, these leftists, wait for 4 more years of Trump. Do you understand what that shit's going to be like? Black Bloc's going to actually start coming out. You haven't experienced Black Bloc yet. Like, that's not a thing you've experienced. Europe, the UK, they experience Black Bloc protests. Black Bloc protests will take a fucking bunch of cars off the street, pile them up in a row, light them on fire as a barricade to defend against the cops. They'll seize a banking institution in the case of the UK, and they turned it into a homeless squat. Like, 4 more years of this shit is going to get super interesting as far as the, opposing protests go. And strap in, this shit's going to get interesting.
Yeah, but a lot of the states that, or parts of the states that he's trying to claim he won in, he didn't actually win in yet.
Oh, of course not. We all knew Trump was going to. Hey,
Dak.
What's up, Dak? What's up, all of Dak's people? Somebody, I'll do it. Shout out to Dak. Did I I did Decoobs rather than the other way. Hey, boss. What's up, my man? I wonder if 4 more years. Yeah. Oh, maybe. We don't know. See, this is the thing. There's votes that need counted. You're 24 hours to 72 hours away from actually knowing the outcome of the election. And depending on lawsuits, you could be even further. You could be weeks away from knowing the outcome of the election, depending on how close this horse race is. But either way, on this channel, we're going ahead with the proposition that Trump has already won.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Because let's face it,
No,
we
no,
know
don't do that.
we know what happens if Biden wins. We know what happens if Biden wins. Like this, we've had that
We
cycle.
know.
Um,
Oh, hey, look, someone's posting up Ben stuff.
who is Ben?
Bleep Blop Ben.
Oh, okay.
That's he works with the People's Herald
Okay.
and streams here too on Twitch.
Yeah, I'm familiar with him at least. Yeah, that's why the username got me there, but not the name itself. Cool. Somebody suggested I publish something to to him actually. Yes, submit a story.
I don't know why you haven't yet. What's wrong with you, bro?
Because I didn't even know. Like somebody just said, like, "Hey, you should publish to like the thing Bleep Bloop Ben fucking work." I'm like, somebody give me details. But now they actually have details. Oh, I just come.
And he's actually running for office too.
Good for him.
In his state.
You know, if it wasn't completely pointless to run for office in Las Vegas, I might do it. But you know, we're bought and paid for. There's no coming back from that shit anywhere.
Sin City, come on now.
Oh, okay. Whose username is it anyway? Suggested it. Cool. Thank you. Just seeing chat. Let's see. What do we? Hang on. Who am I? What do we do? Some random cubes of free follow. Well, whatever. For anybody who had expectations, you're either one, new to the political scene of America, two, haven't been paying attention to the political scene of America, or three, you're relatively young. For those of us that have lived through a few of these red team, blue team swaps and pendulum swings and contested elections and stolen elections, we know better. It's that way. We know better. American politics is essentially the meme. I posted it earlier in shared content, actually, when I was talking to Ramsey. I put the SpongeBob one with the American people.
No, Ghost. Trump hasn't won yet.
We don't know who's won yet.
They're still counting the mail-in votes.
Yeah, Ramsey over in the Netherlands. I'm about to keel over. I'm trusting you here, America. Don't fuck this up even further. Ramsey, we have. Okay, so there's an old Russian like saying that I can't do in Russian, but it's about how when you strike bottom and you hear voices underneath you. Like that's America in a nutshell. Oh, we're scraping bottom. Wait, who do I hear down there? We can always find a way to fuck it up even further.
Oh, God.
Winston Churchill infamously said that America will always do the right thing after they've tried everything else. We haven't tried everything else yet, so don't worry about it. We've still got plenty of fuck ups to make.
My only concern is if Trump loses, like it's projected that he's supposed to lose, because we all know Democrats usually a majority of them do mail-in voting rather than going to the poll.
And we had a record mail-in vote this time around.
Yeah. So even if Biden wins, my biggest concern would be Trump sitting back and whipping up his Nazi little army that he's gotten built up and going ham to try and do an extreme coup.
Somebody, what was that? Somebody posted that. Hang on, let me try and find it. It was fucking, I think it was Brand New Sentence or something like that. There it is. Zach Bornstein. Feel like we're
Patriots are Nazis, buddy. Get real.
Feel like we're finding out from the doctor tonight if it's a weird mole or a stage 5 tumor full of little neo-Nazis. There were more accurate analogies given in the thread. But yeah, that was the one that spawned the conversation. Do I think they're neo-Nazis? No, some of them are, of course. But there's a whole host of racist, white supremacists, authoritarians, crypto-fascists, and just general assholes. That, you can't forget the asshole contingent, right? Like, people forget about people who are just assholes. And so it's like, you're a racist. No, he's an asshole. Don't forget, sometimes people are just pieces of shit.
That's true too. That's true too, Kai. That's true too.
Yeah, so they don't always have to be homophobic, transphobic, xenophobic, racist monsters. Sometimes they're just shitty human beings. So, never discount the asshole vote either.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Can we send them to I don't know, England?
Yeah, can see. Here's the deal. Can a phobic be phobic of phobia? Can a phobic be phobic of phobia? Yes, I believe you can.
This is free speech. I love how they always claim free speech when they're talking bullshit. But the moment that you explain something, it's like, oh my God.
Phobophobia is the fear of phobias. Yeah. So to answer your question, Bronze Age, yes. Phobophobia, you can in fact be phobic of phobias. So there you go. You can circle that one all the way around, and make the snake eat its own tail. What's it like to live through Trump getting elected again? Same thing as the first time. Same thing as Obama and Bush Jr. and Trump and Bush Sr. And I'm an anarchist. This whole system's broken. Biden wasn't going to fix it. Yeah, like another day in a shithole country. It's just another day. Honestly, I've paid less attention to the news cycle than probably most of the streamers that are going to be talking politics today. Because I'm fully aware that the election cycle won't be, you're an idiot. I'm opening.
Trump ain't gonna live to 2040, dude.
Yes. Yeah, I have actually. And I've been to countries that their worst citizens live better than Americans.
Yeah.
So,
a lot of countries in the UK don't really have homelessness because they literally make sure that people are home, have houses, government funded, government owned homes.
Finland did a halfway decent job tackling their homelessness. They funded a national program. 2, they don't put stipulations on the housing program, so you don't have to first you have to quit doing drugs and then we'll give you a house. They find that they can get them into social service programs and addiction counseling much better if they have a stable place to live first, and rather than some Calvinistic, you have to work for what you get sort of situation. They take a more, humanistic approach.
Yeah, Zealot. Yeah, Australia. Lots of different places have that. It just seems in North America, it seems to forget about it.
Oh, yeah. We've got the religious aspect, we've got the imperialist aspect, we've got the capitalist aspect, and you fold those three into, one neat, happy little pie, and what you get is basically shit pie. We let people die from not having insulin. We let people die from preventable illnesses. We let people die from exposure. There's a reason fucking moron right-wingers and conservatives who always talk about the homelessness problem in California just ignore the fact that most of the homeless in the U.S. at least find their way to California, 1, for better access to social services, and 2, they don't freeze to death in Southern California. It's a little harder being a homeless person in Buffalo, New York in the dead of winter. And so they ignore those sorts of things all the time, but because they're bad faith actors by the most part, I mean, we've witnessed the amount of arguments out of them over the years that, it's nothing new there. Cry liberals. I mean, none of us are liberals here. Are you?
I'm not a liberal.
Like, are you confused? Did you wander in on accident? Do you not understand? Are you that poorly educated that you think an anarchist is a liberal? Do you think a liberal is a conservative? How confused?
Wait. It says right here, proudly radical, anarchist / leftist stream. I don't see liberal.
Like, this is how poorly educated apparently you are in the realm of politics and civics. That you literally walked in and said, "Cry liberals!" There's no liberals in here. Liberals are less welcome here usually than right wingers. Like, this is special. Like I said, tonight is going to be a very interesting stream. And by the way,
We're going for the line.
Shut up! Hey, shut up! Go snort a line. Yeah, whatever. Hey, let's talk about. You want to talk about the southeast of the U.S.? Let's talk about the southern states being welfare states, and how the vast majority of their income comes from federally based income. And where does that federally based income come from? I don't know. Let's see. Let's think about that. That's right, blue states. The southern states, the red states in this country, receive a disproportionate amount of federal income from the blue states. It's California and New York who are holding up those questions, holding up those states. Oh, well, let's look at southern homelessness rates, because I want statistics first.
This is why I love your stream, Kai.
Let's see, and let's do totals, and let's do per capita, because we're going to need state populations to do some math. Well, you kind of are. I mean, not you in particular, but I mean, you look around your town, you know who. States by population. There we go. So let's start with, I don't know, let's pick one, right? Let's go with Georgia.
Actually, who's kind of right? Because most people who are disabled don't get given a whole lot of money.
Oh, well, I'm not saying the disabled people are, nor whose. I'm saying that, look around your town, you know who it is.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we got 10,600,000 to California's 39,500,000. All right, so let's do some homeless crunching numbers, right? Let's do something. All right.
Hi, Nomad. Welcome in.
Hey, Nomad. Okay, so 1% of Georgia is homeless compared to 0.3% of California. That's an order of magnitude greater.
But to be fair, California has like the ocean where the weather is relatively decent enough that you can literally live on the beach and become a surfer dude.
It's a much better quality of life as a homeless person. Well, but that's what I'm saying is California actually has a lower rate of homelessness than someplace like Georgia, for example. So whoever spoke up in chat and said, dodging the question, no, I just wanted to come with some actual statistics based off the United States Interagency Council on Homelessness and the last census population statistics. So
Oh, wait, Kai, you can't do that now. Remember?
facts
Facts
have a liberal
don't
bias.
equal up to their feeling.
Yeah.
Remember?
No, I'm not. I'm literally basing it off of their off of their per capita population numbers. So basically, what I'm doing is eliminating the fact that Georgia only has 10 million versus California having 39 million, and I'm equalizing for the amount of population and homeless population that they have last count. And so I'm leveling the statistics for you. Because if you did a raw number, of course California has more homeless people because they have more people. That's how that works.
Yeah.
So you have to do some very simple math, like elementary school math.
Per capita populations don't matter in a system where homeless people aren't native citizens. What do you mean by native citizens?
Talk
You're
about
talking to an Indian here too. So
talk about a fucking goalpost and pivot.
Oh my god!
See, told you it was going to be an interesting night, and you get to be here for it. And thank you for being here for it, Sue.
No problem, not a problem. Glad to be here with you guys. Classic anarchist doesn't understand government.
You're right.
That's completely wrong.
Oh, well, the transitory nature of homelessness in America is actually a well-documented thing. So let's go to that now, if you want to have that conversation.
Resorts to insults. Triggered resorts to insults. Yeah, Johnny.
Let's see.
10K homeless in Georgia, 150K in California.
Yes.
Well, we already sat back and stated the factor.
Okay, so what you do is you take that 10,000 and you divide it by the population of Georgia. Then you take the 151,000 and you divide it by the population of California. Now you have two numbers that are comparable to one another. And you can accurately compare those two numbers. Welcome to Statistics 101 at an 8th grade level with Kai.
Yeah, we don't want to get higher on that, Kai. They might not understand.
Like, this is just, I mean, I don't understand how this is even, like, yeah, Tony Hawk's being mean tonight. Like, I don't understand. I can't help if you don't understand elementary school math. Like, I can't help people. Who's the Khan Academy? I could probably point you to them. Maybe Khan Academy could help. Like, I think Khan Academy does like decent math tutorials and stuff like that. You probably go to them. So, hey, look at that. Is that today? No, that's August. So that's clearly not what whoever is talking about.
It always makes me laugh. They come in, they think they're coming into a liberal stream.
Hey, handholder, I'm sorry. I in the future, I will make it a necessity that I ease off the multisyllabic terminology and dial back the academia. Okay? I'm sorry. I apologize. Fuck it. Fuck it. Like, this is, I knew what I was getting into tonight as an anarchist and, on Twitch. Like, I knew the fucking, all these fucking cult of Trumpers are going to be running in screaming shit about libtards and stuff. And it's like, motherfucker, you found the wrong channel. you just ran into the women's restroom apparently as a man. Like, you don't understand how this shit works. Sorry for all those that are not in that binary set and is a terrible example, blah, blah, blah. But for these people, it's a perfect example. Let's see. Pantsless aggression. Oh, we got oh yeah. You came up Pantsless aggression came in as runner up of the best name competition, best follow name competition that SJW and I are having. SJW came in yesterday, and he's like, what's the best name you've had follow you in the past like week? And I was, I was convinced he was gonna win. I mean, if you suggest a game like that, I figured he had a pretty heavy hitter. But I did manage to win with Daddy Likes Him Young 66.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I'm gonna make it a weekly thing with SJW. We'll compare our follow notes. Hey, premarital handholder, thanks for the follow. And yeah, we're gonna do it on a weekly basis. Like every Monday, we'll do the previous week and see like what insanity happened.
I have to interrupt here for a second.
Shoot.
So, to everyone watching who hasn't subscribed yet to this beautiful man,
God damn.
please, by all means, help the brother out.
Hey, Rich.
Subscribe, donate.
Don't
sub. Feel free to help out with this man and his content.
It's all going to go to a charity.
Bro.
I haven't decided who's getting it yet, but it's going to charities. Even if those charities are individual people, I'm gonna find something worthy to give that money to. And yes, Taco, fucking doing the Street Team Taco in fucking chat. That is your official nickname, by the way. Taco is Street Team Taco. So, yeah, and yeah, everybody go follow Lost Sue. He does amazing content from the point of view as somebody who's seen exactly how fucked up the sort of imperialistic authoritarian policies can be, especially towards indigenous peoples.
Fair warning, if you're coming to my stream, it is seriously an indigenous stream.
Your bullshit ain't going to be tolerated over there is what he's trying to say. All you authoritarians and fucking apologists and imperialists, your bullshit will earn you a ban within the first 3 seconds.
If you really want to learn the true history of indigenous people and what is called North America, but is actually really called Turtle Island, you're more than welcome.
So yeah. But it is interesting what brings the chuds out. Holland for Trump because you guys get a say, just like the Australian the Assyrian Christian from Australia who was a Trump supporter got a say.
How can Holland be supporting Trump when they've been historically a neutral country?
Well, I mean, to a certain extent. Yeah, what the fuck would Trump do for Holland? He doesn't even... Dude, if you asked Trump where Holland was, he wouldn't be able to tell you. No, 100%. Yeah. He could not tell you where your country... He wouldn't even know that Holland was a country. He might know Netherlands as a reference, but Holland, I guarantee goddamn to you, if you handed him a map, he's probably going to point to Africa. Like, he might remember that it's in Europe, but... I mean, that's hilarious. Like, I'm for Trump. He doesn't know who the fuck you are, even. Like, yeah, Rich. Holly? Didn't I already give her hush money? Like, but that goes to show you that there's bootlicking supplicants all over the world, right? When Doug Stanhope did a routine in Oslo, he had people that were like talking shit about Bush at that time. And he said, of course you've still got a monarch. And I'm sure that none of you would, I'm sure none of you would be legitimately criticizing a democratic system when you still have a king, right? You bootlicking supplicants. Yeah. So, Jesus Christ, that is a mess of a sentence. Wow. Mitre, I don't want to overgeneralize, but I've had that experience as well. right? I have limited dealings with the Dutch people, admittedly so, but that follows that formula as well.
Well, Christina, this is one of the things that you should be aware of if you ever want to start streaming. This becomes a normal place at certain times.
Christina used to co-host a live streamed podcast, and
Oh, cool.
so she's been on the air, and they were troll bait for a while as well, and got into a whole fucking thing. So she's got her experience under the belt of dealing with specials. Specials. Nomad needs to saying I need to start live streaming my peyote trips. Fuck yeah. Like 100%. Yeah, live stream that shit and then archive it to YouTube. I want to watch that.
Depends on where you do it.
You cannot consume the drugs on stream, but nobody's able to prove what was happening on stream afterwards. So technically speaking, you could. I've seen people do it. You'd probably be better off, like I said, stream it on Twitch and then back it up to YouTube and make sure you don't really publicize the YouTube stuff. Like, yeah, just say you're experimenting with a transcendental meditation form. And it's, and go with that. So
somebody didn't like the Stream Elements message it posted.
Oh, that was me. I only keep it if it's used correctly. And so yeah, there's no point in it incorrectly.
Yeah.
Is it?
Sleepy Joe will lose, and the stupid left voters will cry again on camera.
Oh, which one? Which special one?
Oh, that was Dutch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we got our Holland contingent here represented. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think all of Holland would consider him as a representative, but okay.
Well, they need to get their asses in here then. Spread the word around Holland. You got you're not sending your best people.
Yeah. I think Holland would take an extreme offense to that.
Oh,
yes, we are fully
know
aware of where Holland is.
We know, Joe, but there's a specific reason we're saying Holland. And since you weren't here for it, you're out of the loop already.
You got to make sure you're here on time.
Yep. That's what happens. You miss the in jokes. So, let's see. If Trump wins, we crack down on socialists generally. Hey, thank you for the follow. Like some Gestapo shit. Since Antifa is meaningless and can apply to people registered with the Socialist Party, for example. He already has started doing that. Dude, I can't speak to the Jerry Cooper fucking thing. Like, I have no experience or knowledge in and around that race. So you're on your own. If you're 2 of the 3 votes, I would suggest you start reporting on it yourself. That sounds like something you need to do. And by the way, a message to my mods, rules for today's chat, seeing as there is a high probability that shit is going to at some point move a little faster than I'm going to notice. Any calls to violence have a 0 tolerance today. Ban them immediately. So just, yeah. Yeah. What do we got?
Tina, isn't your brother like?
Yes, he's a Trump conspiracy theorist. He believes in
Oh.
QAnon and deep state and 5G and all of that stuff.
Christina, I feel for you. I feel for you.
XBE warned. Antifa is worthless. They throw temper tantrums and throw bottles of piss at people. I think that's funny. Quite frankly, I think throwing a bottle of piss at somebody is a brilliant statement. That's, especially if the lid is off, right? That's
Higher power has nothing to do with Trump in any way, shape, or form. If you want to talk about higher power for Trump, I think you're talking about Satan. But that's a whole other
hey. Satan has taken enough of this fucking slander and defamation. He's fucking sick of this shit. He doesn't say a bad word. It's all God and his stupid fucking disciples that are maligning Satan's name. You've never heard Satan come out and talk shit. As far as I'm concerned, we're dealing with a two-person issue here, and we've only heard one person's bullshit. And you know, at a party, the first person to come up to you and start talking mad shit about somebody else is usually the one in the wrong. So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, we don't know yet. We don't know. I'm still waiting to hear from Satan on this one.
Okay, Kai. I can live with that.
Hey, fucking, you know, use their dogma against them, right? Like if it's a thing for them, fine, you know. And let's face it, we've only heard from the prep and his jocks, as Joe put it. There are types of cancer that only children, brain cancer that only children get, right? Like if there is an Abrahamic deity of some sort, he's an asshole. So let's just call it the way it is, right? There's flies that lay their larvae in the corners of children's eyes in Africa, and the pupa develops in the eye, and the larva burrows its way out of the eye. Like, really? This is your fair, loving, just God? No. Sounds like middle management worked, quite frankly. So,
has anyone kept an eye on
Grumpy?
On Mark Charles lately? How he's doing with the polls?
Nope. Like I said, I have, but chat, feel free.
Mark Charles is actually a very good one that you all might want to take in consideration for next election.
Yeah, I'm seeing he's a native.
He is native.
I don't know.
I know it would be an extremely weird thing for the United States to actually vote in an indigenous person.
He's a public speaker, a Native American, a reformed pastor, and a computer programmer. I like him. I'd vote on just, you know, litmus test. I'd vote for him.
Actually, if you could find his actual VOD that he does for actually his announcement to become his speech announcing for running for presidency, it would be like in the very first ones that he does.
Announcement video.
I think at this moment we need a little candy and a little bit of good things.
Oh Jesus! It's 9 minutes.
Yeah, 9 minutes, and it's awesome.
To be a nation where we the people actually means all the people. Because if we do, then we have some foundational level work to do.
And the word for fundamental or foundational or systemic change within a system is radical.
Yat Mark Charles Yanishya. Sin Bakajanan Nishla, Dr. Higlini Bashachin. Sin Bakajanan Bashache, Dr. Chitni Bashanella. Hello, my relatives. My name is Mark Charles. In the Navajo culture, when you introduce yourself, you always give your 4 clans. We're a matrilineal people, and our identities come from our mother's mother. My mother's mother is American of Dutch heritage, and so I say Tsin Beke Dene, which translated means I'm from the wooden shoe people.
Hey, everybody, we've got the anti-Semitic bot. It makes the rounds occasionally, especially on leftist streams. Yeah, there's somebody. This is how fucked these people are in the head. There is somebody who literally wrote an anti-Semitic bot. Now, here's the problem: it generally can't enter my chat, but it certainly can follow. So yeah, it looks like it's up to 8821 now. Look at it go, because it spawns new accounts continually.
My father's mother, my second clan, is Tohiglini, which is the waters that flow together. My third clan, my mother's father, is also Tsinbeke Dene, and my fourth clan, my father's father, is Totachitni. That's the Bitterwater clan. It's one of the original clans of our Navajo people. I'd like to invite you into a journey, an 18-month journey of understanding American history and the founding of our nation.
Yeah, I don't have 18 months.
You see, there is a history in this country that our nation has never learned how to talk about. Our Constitution begins with 3 words, simple words, we the people. But if you read the Constitution just a few lines later, down to Article 1, Section 2, the first thing you'll note is that it never mentions women. There are 51 gender-specific male pronouns. 51 he, him, and his, who can run for office, who can hold office, even who is protected by this document, and there is not a single female pronoun in the entire Constitution. Article 1, Section 2 also specifically excludes natives, and it counts Africans as 3/5 of a person. So who's left? Well, at the founding of our nation, it was white landowning men who could vote. Our Constitution was written specifically and intentionally to protect the interests of white landowning men.
I managed to shed 10 viewers by watching this video.
Now, many people would say we've corrected.
Oh, no. I mean, good riddance. Then you are wrong.
Those things. Well,
you're not only wrong, you're incorrect. Like, this is the thing. Like, I mean, your understanding of genders is so poorly formed and miseducated and has no historical context whatsoever. Okay, sure, here we go. I am on the line presently with a gentleman who goes by the name of Lost Sioux. He is of Native American heritage. Hey Sue, quick question. Does your culture recognize more than 2 genders?
Yes.
Wow, that was difficult. And does your culture predate American culture?
Yes.
All right. Well, holy shit. That took me, wow. I think I need a nap. That was so difficult. Hawaiians, Native Americans, Chinese, Indians, cultures that predate ours by millennia, all recognize a minimum of 3 genders and sometimes many more. And so your concept of a binary gender system is not only incorrect by scientific standards, it's incorrect based on overall cultural history of the human species. You are but a blip on the temporal map. That's it. You're wrong. There we go. Done.
Tried. The 13th Amendment, which most people think abolished slavery, actually reads neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as a punishment for crime, whereas the party has been duly convicted shall exist within the United States. You see, we've never actually abolished slavery. We just redefined it and codified it under the jurisdiction of the criminal justice system. So it is no surprise today that we incarcerate our citizens at the highest rate of any country in the world, and we incarcerate our people of color at rates of 3 to 4 times higher than we incarcerate white Americans.
I like him. He's speaking a lot of sense. He'll never make an impact. He's speaking way too much truth to get any traction.
But I mean, like, to be honest,
I like
this is something that we don't see.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, this is representation of a form and factor that we don't get often enough, and I respect it, and I desire it even. Like, I'd love to see more of this with it. Every time I see a fucking photo of, hey, the politician signed into law, and all I see is a sea of white old dudes. Trust me, I'm on team. Can we shake this up a little bit? But I mean, he's speaking way too much truth.
Iggy Wiggly says that we should go to Somalia. Well, first off, Piggly Wiggly,
Somalia
I'm
isn't.
an indigenous person. You're in my country.
Yeah.
You're on my land, so get the fuck to Somalia. Bye.
Yeah, like you know, the Native American just told you to like go back to your own country, Piggy Wiggy. I mean, how's that make you feel?
We took it, not yours anymore. No, you didn't. You
They're
didn't take
still
shit,
here.
idiot.
They're still
We're
here.
still here, you dumb fuck.
You didn't do a
Pardon
good
my
enough
language.
job, apparently. Yeah, exactly. Go back to England, fuckheads.
Wrong flag, what you get.
Yeah, it's the indigenous Australian flag.
Yeah.
That's all it was posting.
No,
Hey,
Piggly.
hey, Piggy Wiggy, say something more racist. Just go ahead and cross the line so my mods can deal with you now, rather than all of this dog whistle shit that you're doing that we do generally allow. We allow racists to out themselves using dog whistles, but go ahead and cross that line and just let my mods do their jobs. They'll probably rock, paper, scissors over who gets to ban you.
They're flipping a coin right now.
Like, you know, have fun with it. Anyway, back to the person who's a way better human being than Piggy Wiggy.
The 14th Amendment, which was meant to extend the rights of citizenship to anyone born on this continent under the jurisdiction of the government. However, if you read just a few lines later down to Section 2, you will find the 14th Amendment still specifically excludes women, specifically excludes natives, and it still makes the criminal justice system the gatekeeper for civil rights. So while this amendment extends some rights of citizenship to a few former male slaves, it still leaves disenfranchised and marginalized huge segments of our population. So it should surprise no one that in 2019, women earned 80 to 85 cents to the dollar. The Constitution's working.
He had to change that in voiceover. You can tell.
No one should be surprised that our prisons are filled with people of color. Our Constitution's working. We act outraged that in 2010, the Supreme Court sided with Citizens United and rules that corporations now have the same rights to political free speech as individuals. This is what opens the door for super PACs, unlimited support to candidates. This should not surprise us. The Constitution's doing exactly what it was designed to do. It's protecting the interests of white landowning men. And we don't know what to do with this. In 2016, Donald Trump won the election by promising to make America great again. Not to be outdone, Hillary Clinton responded by telling her supporters that America's great already. You see, they both had a broad base of agreement. They both agreed our past, our history, which included the slavery of African people and the ethnic cleansing of native peoples. They both agreed our foundations, which excluded women and counted people of color as not fully human. They both agreed these things were great. They disagreed if we were great in 2016. Donald said no and Hillary said yes. You see, we were duped. We were led to believe this election was about racism versus anti-racism, equality versus inequality, but it wasn't. What we were actually deciding as a nation was, did we want Donald Trump to make us explicitly white supremacist, racist, and sexist again? Or did we want Hillary Clinton to work to keep our white supremacy and racism implicit?
So I've always wanted to make one of these videos, right? I've never had cause to make one of these videos, but that building music in the background is one of the best video editor's tricks ever. He could be reading a shopping list at this point. And with that track in the background, it is just that dramatic build is, I've always wanted a reason to make one of these videos. He's right. I mean, nothing he said is wrong or inaccurate in any way, shape, or form. But I envy him getting the opportunity to make one of these videos. Prick. He's right, though. And by the way, the Make America Great Again slogan is a racist Klan slogan from back in the day. So everybody just get on side with that. Oh.
Piggly says he's from Australia, where the Aboriginals are told that they are hated by whites, so they beat us up. So a lot of white people and Maoris, which are indigenous New Zealanders. I am Maori. Hate Aboriginal Australians, including me. That's the truth. They made themselves hated again. So who banned me? They know.
Welcome snack.
So Pigly, what you're saying? Are you saying that you're a Maori, but you're brainwashed?
Yeah, it sounds like internalized oppression and internalized imperialistic dogma to a certain extent. I mean, based on that statement. I'm from Australia.
I would suggest if you're New Zealander and you're a Maori, that you go back to your elders and spend some time with them and heal, because clearly you need help if you hate your own skin. Seriously.
Yeah, it only took him.
No, I am Maori who have been bullied by Aboriginal people all my life.
I've been bullied by capitalists my whole life.
Well, I still tell you, Pigwee, go to your elders.
Oops.
Spend some time, learn, heal.
Yeah, get in touch with your roots. This is a problem white Americans have. We're like, what are my roots?
You don't want to go there.
As somebody whose paternal lineage is all German, yeah, I don't have to scrape back very far before it gets a little fucked up. Fucking, what was happening between 1939 and 1945? Nothing. We were invited for tea. Nothing was going on. Fucking, at least on my mom's side, we just have like a bunch of poor Scot-Irish settlers into the Appalachians and shit like that, just poor white people who are scraping out a living and, to a certain extent intermarried with, slaves and Native Americans and, that sort of stuff. They did what they could do with what they had. Nobody, yeah. Yeah, my family are Sicilian. Enough said, says Zealot. Oh, Sicily. The kingdom of two Sicilies. Back before Italy existed. Yeah, it was, there was some interesting historical times there. All right, let's get back to Mark. We'll slowly work our way through this.
It's never meant all the people. In 1823, we had a Supreme Court case, Johnson versus McIntosh. This is two men of European descent litigating over a single piece of land. One of them acquired the land from a native tribe, the other one acquired the same land from the U.S. government, and they want to know who owned it. The case went all the way to the Supreme Court, and they ruled that discovery is what gave title to the land. And then they referenced the doctrine of discovery as a legal instrument and used that to conclude that natives were here first but were less than human. The legal precedent for land titles in this nation is this dehumanizing doctrine of discovery written between 1452 and 1493.
I wish he had, just from a speechwriter's point of view, I wish he had emphasized that they were less than human more. He didn't take a breath on that, and it de-emphasizes the statement, because that is a fucking like mic drop moment. The who owns the land? It goes by doctrine of discovery. Well, who discovered the land? The Native Americans, but they were judged to be less than human. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, exactly right.
Sorry?
Exactly.
I'm sorry, that was a legal decision, was it? Oh, okay. Cool. I'm sure that won't have any lasting ramifications.
That's essentially the church in Europe saying to the nations of Europe, wherever you go, whatever lands you find not ruled by white European Christian rulers, those people are less than human and their land is yours for the taking. I want you to understand how this doctrine has dehumanized the indigenous peoples of Turtle Island. I want you to
Hey, Turtle Island! I've totally adopted that, by the way. I love it.
Nice.
Yeah, I adore it. Like, hey, you know who names shit? Whoever names it first. That's been my rule book for a long time. If you discover it, if it's yours, you get to name it. Well, motherfuckers, we just came along. We're like, no, we're just sure. You were here first. Could you scoot over a little bit? Like, you don't get to name shit. This shit's Turtle Island, motherfuckers. Get used to it.
understand how this doctrine has dehumanized Africans who have been brought to this nation as
We still
slaves.
have a few,
I want you
Zealot.
to understand the ongoing legacy of this doctrine. See, we the people in the United States has never meant all the people. And this is the conversation we need to have. George Erasmus, an indigenous leader from the Dene people in the land we now know as Canada. He says where common memory is lacking, where people do not share in the same past, there can be no real community. If you want to build a community, he says you have to start by creating a common memory. I think this quote is genius, and it gets to the heart of our nation's
Hold on.
problem.
Stop for a second, please.
Yeah.
Pigley,
Yeah.
in all of North America, or what's now called North America, but actually is Turtle Island, we literally kicked ass. The only way that United States apparently gained any stronghold over us was killing off and almost to extinction the food source and piling a bunch of disease-ridden blankets.
Smallpox and buffaloes.
Yep.
That
was the only way.
Yeah, we
and that even still today, United States, Canada, all over the world, all state that is the worst possible warfare that could ever be done. And they even went to war with Germany about it. But Germany, when Hitler, Nazi Germany at the time, when Hitler was going all out, Hitler took the way he dealt with the Jews from how the United States dealt with indigenous people. And he even stated that it was too much for him. He didn't want to go that hardcore.
Yeah, Hitler learned a whole bunch from us. Henry Ford even got a signed, an autographed book from him. Hitler was a big fan of our segregationist policies, how we treated the Native Americans and handled that situation vis-a-vis genocide. Yeah.
So as a core reference here, the Battle of Little Bighorn, when where indigenous people in North America completely wiped out the 7th Cavalry, which happened to be the #1 top best U.S. What would they call it? Section of the Army?
Oh, regiment, or I don't know exactly what their battalion, what their unit size was, but the unit size would dictate what we called them.
So basically, the 7th Cavalry was apparently the best that the United States ever had. That was under Custer, General Custer. Yeah, wasn't a captain; he was a general. And General Custer. Yes, we literally wiped the floor with them. So by that standards of normal warfare, we beat the settlers.
Let's see.
We won the war. But like I said,
7th Cavalry troops. Let's see. We got Black Hills and Yellowstone. Custer repeatedly requested to share their surplus food and grain with the Indians, Native Americans. But the Standing Rock Indian Agency under the Department of the Interior refused to allow him to do that. And it directly fed into the conflict therein. There's a whole host of history that feeds into then the, Black Hills battles and Yellowstone battles and the Battle of Little Bighorn. But Custer himself took one look at the native population and said, how about we just give them some food and shit, and that way they don't fuck with us. He didn't want to fight them.
Still to this day, though, Kai, the United States Army does not want to fuck with indigenous people.
Oh, you guys have this is the sort of classic Sun Tzu battle tactics, right? Like, you guys, 1, know the land better than we do. 2, you have less to lose than the regular army dude does. He's getting paid well. He's got a flat screen TV at home. He just wants to get the fuck out of here. You guys have a spiritual battle on your hands. Like, it's more for you guys than it is for him. And if you're not invested, this is why the U.S. military couldn't win against somebody like the Viet Cong or, you know, insurgents in Afghanistan. They're on home turf, and this shit matters for them. And you're just doing some little imperialist exercise. And as a result, your soldiers aren't really invested in it. They're not going to give you their all. And yeah, that's a solid battle strategy 10 times out of 10. Like, these guys care, these guys don't. Who do you want to put money on? I'm going with the team that gives a shit. Yeah. So.
See, even when they had in the 70s, the Wounded Knee standoff, the law enforcement in South Dakota sat back, and the governor of South Dakota sat back and turned around and begged the army to come in. Even the FBI begged the army to come in because they could not get the indigenous people from American Indian movement out of there.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. They couldn't handle 200 people.
Yeah. So they called in the United States Army. The general for the United States Army came, looked it over, sat back and went, well, we've already had our Indian wars and we're not interested in having another one, and walked away. Like, literally was like, we're not interested. We got too many good Indian fighters and we know how they fight. We're not interested in having another war, an Indian war. No, thanks.
The military had 15 armor personnel carriers on site, clothing, rifles, grenade launchers, flares, and 133,000 rounds of ammunition for total costs, including maintenance personnel from the National Guard of 5 states, pilots, planes for the aerial photographs, about $500,000 in 1973 dollars. And they still ended up just tucking their tail between their legs and walking away.
Yeah.
Yeah, had we engaged with the native population in the same way that we would have engaged with the European factions, then yeah, there's contention as to who would have come out on top for sure.
Yeah.
You're welcome, Lex. We're not. It's a clusterfuck in the U.S. I'm not dealing with that. Anybody who wants to deal with election coverage, God bless, good luck. But I knew tonight was going to be a shit show of a show, based on, you know, all of just as I gesture around to everything. So yeah, fucking Sue was gracious enough to come on as early as Susie kind of got in here, and we've just been making fun of chuds and fascists and morons ever since. And he suggested pulling up Mark Charles' announcement video, and we've just been riffing off it since.
Speaking of which, shall we get back to it?
There we go.
The race, which is we do not have a common memory. We have a white majority population that remembers a mythological history of discovery, expansion, opportunity, and exceptionalism. And we have communities of color that have the lived experience of stolen lands, broken treaties, slavery, Jim Crow laws, segregation, boarding schools, mass incarceration, internment camps, and families separated at our borders, and there's no common memory. We've been spending so much time arguing about when we were last great or when we might be great again, and we're not talking about the fact that we live in a nation that has never decided it just wants to treat everybody as human. So I want to change the dialogue. I believe we need a national dialogue on race, gender, and class. A conversation I would put on par with the Truth and Reconciliation Commissions that happened in South Africa, in Rwanda, and in Canada. I would call ours Truth and Conciliation because reconciliation implies there was a previous harmony, and I think we need one sooner rather than later. So I invite you into a conversation, an 18-month dialogue about who we are and where are we going. And in 18 months, I want you to decide, do you want to be a citizen of a nation where we the people truly means all the people?
I gotta love it.
if you believe in this vision, I want you to vote for me for president. My name is Mark Charles. My father is Navajo Diné, indigenous to these lands, and my mother is American of Dutch heritage, and I am their son. And I am thrilled, I am excited, I am humbled, and I am honored to announce that I am running for president.
Yeah, no way he's ever gonna win. I love him to death, but
Like,
he's talking a little too much truth.
You're right.
Yeah.
Canada's Truth and Reconciliation was a falsehood. It was just to make themselves look good on the political stage and on the world stage. It never actually came true.
We got another person saying leave the country. Q or Koo or whatever your fucking name is. Sue, you want to give him you want to give him the official?
Well, considering that this is my fucking land, get the fuck out, shithead. Go back to your fucking country. On the Mayflower, which your fucking dickless ancestors came on. Fucking goof. Beat it.
I love. Have you ever seen that fucking video of the natives at Wounded Knee protesting, and then a fucking Trump supporter truck drives by and yells, "Go back to your own country." They thought they were Mexican. I guarantee it. They thought they were, and in the words
Don't worry, Christina, we got you covered. I got you.
In the words
cool, or whatever the fuck your loser name is. We didn't lose. You lost.
We already covered the history. Yeah.
You're a loser.
We already covered the history of it.
You're just a fucking chud who really needs to fucking wake up and smell the coffee, because the lies that you've been fed and brainwashed to believe really have done you a misservice and an injustice.
Yeah. Feel free. And by the way,
enjoy your stay at Turtle Island. I like that, Mud.
Yeah, Joe, come to Germany. I will personally take care of your required Antifa training. Might I point out that leaving the U.S. is not as simple as these fucking right-wing chud, just reductionist pseudo-intellectuals make it out to be. Do you know what it costs to relocate to another nation? Do you understand the pressures from a capitalistic point of view? Do you understand the bureaucracy involved? Like, just leave. Oh, so I can pay taxes to the United States and taxes to my newly adopted country, even if I can get a work permit or a work visa and residency, and I can meet the residency requirements. Because remember, if you don't surrender your U.S. citizenship, which is not as easy as you may think and does require payment, you are still liable for U.S. income tax. So we will tax you no matter where you go to. So, yeah, it's not as easy as, oh, tomorrow I'm just going to board a flight to Germany and then everything's better. We're trapped inside this system. We are being held hostage, and some of us have Stockholm Syndrome.
Yep.
What do I got? Shared content.
Stockholm Syndrome is a real thing.
Y'all have started to fall in love with your captors, your slave owners, your masters. And it is fucking pathetic, quite frankly. Just speaking as somebody outside that nonsense, who's not caught in that two-party trap, who hasn't chosen a team, that, I don't ascribe to blue team or red team. It's sad. It's sad. In the words of your God Emperor, Donald Trump, sad. Hey, thank you, Boss Hog. Boss is old school from back in the podcasting days. Thank you, Boss.
Oh, right on, Boss.
Um,
Good
and and Grumpy, sleep well. Um, Joe, I gotta go to Stockholm.
Jiggly, um, there is still owners still to this day in 2020.
There's more slavery. There's more human slave trade now than there was during the Dutch chattel slave trade.
Q, check out what prisons are all about.
Yeah, good old 13th Amendment. Except,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, it forbids slavery, and is the word "accept" in it? Oh, it is. Oh, well, then we didn't forbid slavery, did we? We added a
Exactly.
clause.
Yeah. Slavery is only acceptable when some court who puts you in prison to where you become a slave.
The average American commits 1 to 3 felonies per day, Q, without even knowing it.
Yeah.
It's good luck with that. Oh wait, am I agreed even though I voted Trump? Well, then you don't really agree, do you?
Give me a few seconds here. I gotta grab some more drink.
Yep. Well, you don't understand what anarchism is, Piggy. Please, please explain to me what anarchism is. And if you come back with chaos, hey, Rich, good luck to you. God bless. And okay. Yep. Yeah, I was starting to really enjoy premarital handholder as well. Let me try. It means without rulers. But you got close enough that I'll allow it. But have you ever seen an anarchistic society? Are you familiar with any? Have you ever looked into it? Have you ever worked for an anarchistic co-op? Somalia has a formal government. They're not an anarchistic country. That's just not true. Yeah, well, an incapable federal government isn't the same as anarchism. That's just how that works. It's the federal government of Somalia is a democratic republic with capitalistic leanings. %30 of the world's industry is made up of anarchistic-inspired cooperatives. I hate to be the bearer of bad news to you, but anarchism and cooperatives survive economic downturns better. People who involve themselves in anarchistic communes generally have a higher quality of life. Anarchism suffers from less authoritative overreach. They suffer from less abuses of power. I mean, this is just go visit your political science. Go visit your local university, your college, which I mean, for the first time, and go visit them and talk to their political science political science arm. And yeah, thank you. I was looking at that. Good grab. Good grab.
So, what did Zinander say?
I'm anarcho putting gays in prison.
Oh God. Okay, I have to actually apologize. I made fun of wrongfully people who are born with a body disformity of having a small dick. Um, that's unfair to them. They didn't ask for being born with a small dick.
Yeah, what you do is you do little dick energy.
Yeah,
That
that's it.
that way,
Yeah.
it's not the anatomical piece itself. It's more about the energy you put forth. You know, or you could just go with bootlicking supplicants like I do. That way, there's no ableism involved.
Hey, I mean, some people are born with that disformity, and then there's also medications that they used to give people in the 70s and 80s that actually made that happen.
Um, if Daniel, I'm going to take you just as a random internet troll who's prone to hyperbole, but if you literally would consider harming yourself because Biden won the presidency, I might have to report your account for potential self-harm, which is an option we have on Twitch. We have an I'm concerned for their well-being option. And they will actually activate a whole series of things behind the scenes to get in touch with you and make sure you're okay.
Joe.
Oh, Joe's packing. Fucking Joe's packing.
Well, no, I mean, I have to be honest in the factor that, like, there are people on this planet that have that either deformity or have ended up that way due to certain drugs that were forced upon them during the drug campaign in the 70s and 80s. That is not of their own fault, and they shouldn't be put into the same boat as a chud or a racist fascist, in all fairness.
Let's see. Nice.
Welcome, Royal Fruit. Welcome.
Let's see. Yeah, what do we got? Quell. I think it's Quell. Yeah, I live with a progressive neurological disability that has withered me away to a certain extent. It's I am not in the shape I used to. Some of my close tabletop people have seen pictures of me, what I looked like 5 years ago. I was ripped. I had a fucking 8-pack. I had the V down the fucking front. But my medical condition prevents me from exercising in the same ways and to the same extent I used to. So I hope you feel good about making fun of the disabled person. Is that big dick energy? Oh, thank you, Joe. I always love rolling that.
I mean, myself, man. I mean, I'm down to what, 100 or 800 or 446 pounds. I was 500.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, I'm a BFI, a big fucking Indian.
Dude, I learned that from Letterkenny. Like the hockey players and Tanis, like, she says that to the hockey players and they just look at each other like, I don't think that's politically correct, but you said it.
I said it because, hey,
cool.
I'm an indigenous, I'm a native person, and I can fucking say it, and who the fuck's gonna say different?
Quell.
Quell.
I've long been open and talked about my progressive neuropathy, small fiber neuropathy on stream, long before I was Twitch streaming even. It's well known amongst those that listen to my podcasts. It's well known on my website. It's something that can be fact checked. I've been talking about it for quite some time. It isn't just a...
I like that. That's funny. This guy Quell thinks that 400 pounds is disgusting. I can lift a small car. Can you?
I think if
I can lift a small car, think of what I can do to you. Fucking is So not only is this guy okay, wait a minute. This guy has sat back and not only basically showed racist tendencies, but has decided that he's going to shame people for their size and disabilities.
So we got racism, we've got ableism, we've got what else? Yeah.
You could do nothing. Yeah, right. Q, I've taken down bigger guys than you. Trust me, buddy.
Let's see. All right, so we're gonna.
You have no idea who the fuck you're talking to. Pardon my language. I didn't mean just now. Swear.
All right, so who wants to clean house?
Come on, mods.
Yep.
Kick it up.
Feel free.
Flip the coin.
Good luck. God bless. Christina won.
Hey, Christina for the win.
I tolerate a certain amount of open conversation and debate on this channel. I will hear out authoritarian positions. I have conversations with people who are literally antithetical to my political position. But what I will not tolerate is those sort of repeated abuses. He's attacked Sue. He's attacked myself. He's exhibited racism. He's exhibited ableism. He's gone. He had nothing to contribute to the conversation. If within the discourse, if you strayed and you exhibited ableism, if you exhibited racism, but it was part of a greater political or philosophical or ideological conversation, I'd be more than willing to tolerate it to a certain extent. There'd be warnings that would have to be issued, but I would be willing to tolerate it. But there was nothing productive. There was nothing contributory to the dialectic. There was nothing. He was just an asshole. So, shit happens.
Yeah, I know, meat. He was like basically sitting there trying to pick a fight.
Yeah.
In a place that he had no control over and really doesn't even know who the fuck he's talking to. Once again, apologize for my swearing. I am trying to cut down my swearing. Something I have to work on.
So let him win his will, Sozu. That's okay. I don't answer to him. I answer to my chat and I answer to my viewers, right?
Yeah.
And so I was justifying what just occurred. It's that simple. So if there's a topic you'd like to discuss, so we can pivot, we can move on. Previously, we were discussing American relations with its own citizenry and people vis-a-vis a nativistic perspective, as from Mark Charles, right?
Yeah.
Mark Charles's announcement video that Lost Sue so kindly brought to our attention. And that the fact that, he right out of the gate, the Constitution of the U.S. says we the people, but it doesn't literally, it means like less than half, far less than half, actually. It excludes women. It counts black people as 3/5. It excludes native peoples. It excludes non-landowning males. So generally speaking, the Constitution of the United States was written for a minority group, to say at the very least. And so we were discussing that for quite some time. If you have anything that you'd like to bring to the conversation, then I'd love to hear it.
Oh, jeez.
Is Elle still in chat? Elle would lose her fucking shit at that one.
Yeah.
Sure, go for it. Ask away. I feel it's completely okay, Ven, because the fact of the matter is there were always abolitionists. There were always people protesting against slavery. There was always people on the side of the native peoples that were saying, hey, they are human beings. So apparently somebody knew right from wrong. And if somebody in society knew right from wrong enough to risk their lives to set up underground railroads and the like, and risk their livelihoods, their well-being, their families' well-beings in the quest and pursuit of what is right over wrong, then clearly we can judge them based on that. Oh, okay, Christina. Hand holder, I'm really starting to love you. Oh, fuck. Hey. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it is. It helps to get those reminders from chat that, you're like, you've been sitting for a while, that sort of thing.
Oh. Yeah, get up, stretch. Hydrate. Always good.
All right.
I guess that's okay. I guess that okay was towards way against fascism, but also reject.
What ideological differences do you have with Antifa? Is it the direct action? Because I'm guessing that if you have a problem with the right wing and you have a problem with the left wing, you're probably some sort of centrist territory. Maybe you're a proper like neolib. That I'm just going out on a limb there. I mean, feel free to correct me there as far as your own ideologies, but you're saying you have ideological differences with Antifa, and I'm guessing it's the direct action, right? But elaborate on what your ideological differences are with Antifa, and then I could further understand, how you have those differences, and especially inform me as to what your ideological leanings or positions, sort of tendencies are. Boss, always love to see you. Good luck. God bless. All that sort of stuff. Satan Panda 666.
This is gonna be interesting.
I enjoy it. Dude, I'm telling you, I'm going to kick SJW's ass this week. I'm fucking, let's do the name game again, bitch. Oh, Jesus Christ. Later, boss. Less taxes make education 100% private. That's not a fucking recipe for disaster. No more student loans. You have to forgive all of the previous loans, no matter private or public lender, if you're going to deal with that. Less regulations for healthcare. That's insane. That's a quick way to get even more negligence lawsuits going on. I mean, look at how bad Johnson & Johnson's handling of just everything has been. Look at Medtronic. That's insane. No wealth tax, because you would have the wealth tax applied to your estate, right? Like this is the temporarily embarrassed millionaire phenomenon in yeah, I own stock in Johnson & Johnson and I'm rich. Let's go. Feel free to post an anonymized bank statement account for us all to view. Back that shit up, bitch. Like, you're on Twitch at least probably middle of the night for you. Maybe you exist in some other country, but seeing as your support of Trump and talking about American politics, it's at least 1 a.m. and it may be 4 a.m. for you. You are up in the middle of the night watching some random Twitch streamer. Okay, so it's 3 p.m. Where are you and why do you give a shit about American politics so deeply? Now, let me get back to somebody asking actual informed questions. Mediocrities. Yes, in a representative government, I reject a lot of direction. I also reject socialism and communism found in the movement. I'm old school Dem, not corporate Dem, not Wokistani. Okay, so you're a centrist. Old school Democrat in today's political landscape, taking into account Overton window shifts, generally you're going to be a centrist, right? So basically centrists are about maintaining the status quo. Right? They don't want to see a whole lot of change. But if you look around and you look at the inequity and inequalities that have pre-existed our current generations and will exist after the current generation, if we don't get our shit together, take, for example, somebody like Lao Tzu and the native, the native element and the conditions and the treatment and the treaties that were broken and the genocide that was committed. Look at the refugee and immigrant status, the ICE concentration camps on the border. Look at, continual sex and gender issues we have in this country. Women still can't get a fair shake. They still don't technically own their own bodies, for fuck's sake. The state is still telling them what they can and can't do with their own fucking bodies. So there's a whole lot of status quo that needs shaken up. And that's generally my point of contention with centrist, is that direct action works, right? I'm not going to call for it, but I'm not going to denounce it or repudiate it either. Because anytime you take a historical context, you look at the historical relevancy of direct action, just on this continent alone. Look at the late 1800s into the early 1900s labor movements that cleaned up the meatpacking plants, that got children out of mines, that got women into the workplace, that got safety regulations put into place, that got the 5-day work week, that got that got us vacation days, that got us holiday time off, that got us fairer pay. All of that had a heavy dose of direct action. All of it had property destruction and workflow interruptions and general societal disruption. Look at women's suffrage movements. There was plenty of factories that were destroyed, that had damage, not entirely destroyed, but had damage done to the equipments and the machines. There was plenty of labor shutdowns. There was plenty of disruption to society at large. Look at the civil rights movements in the 60s and the desegregation movements. Look at the disruption to society at large. Look at the damage that was done. Look at the buildings and the businesses that were damaged as well. This is a naturalistic phenomenon. Direct action correlates to oppression, and there is going to be societal disruption and property damage that goes along with it. And so you can disavow it, you can distance yourself from it, but from a historian's point of view, this is just how it is. And it's the way it's always been. And you can go back to the Revolution of America and the Boston Tea Party. Within 2 weeks, up and down the Eastern Seaboard, there were similar events that were disruptive and damaged private property. And so anybody who's been a student of history on this continent or before understands that when there is oppressive measures taken by an authoritarian regime, or there's oppression within society, that the oppressed group has no method of redress. And so they resort to what's generally referred to as direct action. And it is disruptive, it is damaging, and it's designed to be, because society isn't listening. And this is what happens. And so, I mean, I understand your distaste for it because it is generally disruptive to your day-to-day life. But the fact of the matter is that you weren't listening. You weren't on their side. You weren't helping. And there's only one way to get your attention, because all you care about is your business. All you care about is your day-to-day. And if that's all you really, really care about, then people have to attack that to get your attention. And that's just the truth of the matter. If one accepts political as direct action as an instinctive form of behavior, then one must be willing to accept that behavior against oneself. Yeah, 100%. This is the reality of the situation. Mediocrities. Fucking Socrates at a mediocre level. Interesting name. I think you're missing my point. No, I think I understand your point. This is how it works. Whether you're right or left, whether you're in the center, direct action is just a naturalistic phenomenon.
Meteor, I understand that a Buddhist can reject both Christianity and Islam. I understand what you're saying, but you have to understand what Kai is trying to explain to you. You asked about direct action, and he's explaining it to you.
I mean, it happens. Left, right, center. Yeah. This is the nature of direct action. So are you, okay, so you're an old school Democrat. what do you stand for? What are your principles? Fine, we'll move off the topic of direct action. You reject socialism and communism, so clearly you're in the neo-lib centrist territory because you support capitalism. And capitalism is inherently exploitative, it's inherently authoritarian, it's an inherently hierarchical system. So what do you support? What are your principles? Because not supporting fascism, but doing nothing about dismantling fascism is as good as supporting fascism. See Martin Luther King's letter from a Birmingham jail, where he takes less, he doesn't have a problem with the Klan members. He has a problem with white moderate Americans who aren't doing anything to shut down the racism, who aren't doing anything to disempower those white supremacists. And so we've long taken contention with the sort of centrist point of view of, well, I'm against them and I'm against them. Well, okay, but are you doing anything to be against it? Or are you just in name only saying, oh, I don't like fascism? You can reject the two different ideologies, but rejecting fascism isn't enough when fascism is at your door. You could reject Nazism when you were in France in 1939, but that doesn't really do much, does it? Like, I don't agree with them, but I'm going to do what I need to do to go along to get along. Like that, there comes a time where it actually matters. And it's not good enough to just reject it.
And older, I like that one. That was funny.
Fucking brilliant.
You understand now, thanks. It's simple logic, I thought. Well, what he was explaining to you in the first place, Medio, was simple logic as well. But you didn't understand what he was saying, and you thought he was talking about something totally different.
There comes a time when direct action is the only choice you have. And sitting in the middle and merely being Switzerland, and yet still profiting from both sides, becomes a tenuous position at best. And at worst, guilt by association. So, do you want to be a fascist or not? Because that's the point of Antifa. Antifa is not a group. It's not an organization. I assure you, we can't get the president of Antifa on the phone. We can't fucking, but one could force me to act out against both. See, this is where anarchists won't do that. We don't believe in forcing people. We're voluntarists. We just use the dialectic and rhetorical devices in order to engage. Now, Black Bloc, which we do have a contingent of, they have an entirely different... Ooh, Jesus, I don't even know what that means. Welcome...
That's an Asian person who came and joined your stream.
Yeah, welcome someone. Black Bloc does handle business. We don't have a very heavy contingent of Black Bloc in this country. Europe and the UK has more Black Bloc than we do by fucking kilometers. But like I said, it's a naturalistic phenomenon, much like the BLM protests. Eventually, shit happens.
And BLM protest is not something that's new. I mean, you have, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X.
Dude, we're protesting the same shit we've been protesting for fucking ever.
Exactly. And to be honest, Medio, if y'all can't hear that and understand that yet, y'all need to wake up.
Don't save back to that feed. There we go. Thank you. Oh, what do we got? Because I'm seeing call outs there. Oh, Jesus Christ. Taco, thanks for the update. A Republican candidate has been elected to the North Dakota State Legislature almost a month after he died of COVID-19.
How did that happen?
Truth? You know? Diseducated, miseducated, undereducated populace combined with tribalistic mechanics. Like they'd rather vote for a dead. Like this is the same. The two idiots that were at the Trump rally that were wearing the shirt that said, better Russian than a Democrat. Like they don't. These people have chosen teams, right? Everybody's separated off into teams, and you're looking at red team, blue team sort of mechanics going on, and you're like, Jesus Christ, people. I mean, this is how the blue team ended up with Biden. Is because of basic tribal mechanics.
Video doesn't respond well to wake up things.
Whatever.
It's incoherent. Okay. All right. If you're old and you haven't had a grasp.
Oh, no. See, this is the problem. If you were born in 1960, you grew up with some of this shit, right? This is the thing. Like, if you were born in 1960, you basically came of age under Nixon and Reagan, right? Like, this is your formative years. Is the dismantling of the not-for-profit healthcare system of America, the 1973 deal that the administration made with Kaiser Permanente that really kickstarted the for-profit institutions in America, the Reagan greed is good era, and all of this toxicity that has built up to the point of today's society.
Silly strawman. Well, I'll tell you what, Medio. Go look up the treaties and tell me again about silly strawman.
We don't adhere to anything we say in this country.
Yeah.
You're 100% Cherokee. Press X to doubt.
So then you're a Cherokee, but you're sitting here acting like you forget who you are. Are you one of those ones that was taken into residential schools and taught to be white even though you're not white? If you are, I completely feel with you, Kola, because I've been there too. Oh no, I know who you are. I'm a Dakota, Hunkpapa, Sitting Bull's tribe.
I find it highly doubtful that you are that. I mean, you could be Cherokee, but 100% is, given the interbreeding with the white settlers,
So, Medio, you're not interested in the truth, right? You're only interested in finding, convincing people to say something that you can walk away with and go, yeah, okay, yeah, see, I was right. You're not interested in the truth.
Cue the Asimov quote about the virulent strain of anti-intellectualism that has long run through American society.
Yeah. And then, yeah, we are the
Daniel,
troublemakers because we're the ones that are willing to accept.
Daniel, how do you feel about the United States military? I'm going to answer your question with a question, or at least your prompting with a question. How do you feel about the United States military? Because that will inform how I approach your prompt.
I like troublemakers. then I don't know whether to hug you, kiss you, or what the fuck.
I'm more of a smack and a hug kind of guy. A bit. Define a bit, because you know where I'm heading, and you're hedging your bets. Because either our military is the greatest in the world, which shows that government allocation of resources can be effective when correctly applied, or we need to shrink our military because we're using those resources very poorly. So are you anti-military, or are you pro-government resource allocation? You know I've already backed you into a corner. Okay, then what we have... Oh, okay. So you're saying we should shrink the military because there's no major conflicts right now. So what you're saying is that the resource allocation in the military is actually correct, right? We need to shrink it, but they've done a good job of allocating their resources and spreading the money around and purchasing programs and personnel assignments and all of that. So we just need to back down from the over-militarization a bit. But the military has done a good job as far as resource allocation goes, right? So apparently the government is capable of accurate microeconomic and macroeconomic resource allocation. There you go. There's your perfect example. We can do it. The government can do it because they did it with the military. I think Steven Crowder is a troll who bought his own fucking troll. I quote George Carlin when asked about Dennis Miller. A comedian who takes himself seriously isn't a comedian. Steven Crowder's in that camp. Mediocrities. Listen to my point and question, and I ask both sides this. Yes, I'm making fun of you actively because you're talking about the same point. It's possible to reject two opposing ideologies. Are you still on the spectrum or not? Did you divorce yourself entirely from that dialectic, that political dialectic? Have you separated yourself out? Are you agnostic entirely, or are you just atheistic and you're attempting to straddle a fence? Yes, you can divorce yourself from the two ends of the spectrum, but it is still a spectrum, which means you can exist within the spectrum. So are you saying that you are outside of the spectrum entirely and that you have divorced yourself from left-right mechanics of politics?
Thank you for following Kai here, Armlock. Good to have you in, hopefully.
Yeah, and so yeah, that's sort of my position on Steven Crowder. But he gave us one really good meme that is still paying dividends. So, you know, I guess thanks. Yeah, exactly, premarital. Exactly.
Myself from false Ditchamoni's politics is deeper and wider than.
Yeah, I mean, you can't, okay, so this is the coastline mathematics problem, right? You can measure a coastline to an infinite degree, but eventually you have to sit down and measure the coastline, right? This is a mathematical paradox that any mathematician would be familiar with. It's the water or tequila, water. Don't think that's a statement against intoxication or anything like that. I just don't like tequila and I don't drink alcohol these days. So water. Yeah, if you've got any tequila, give it to one of my mods. All my mods are drinkers.
I got you covered, girl. Don't worry.
Yeah, so this fundamentally boils down to, yeah, you can measure political spectrum to an infinite degree, but eventually you have to find tendencies and some sort of nuance within that system. So you have to settle into some area. Which areas are you more comfortable with? On which axes do you wish to discuss? A authoritarian libertarian axes are, a collectivist individualist axes, a globalist isolationist or nationalist axes, environmentalist versus industrialist axes. Which one do you want to discuss?
I think he's running around in circles and trying to find different ways.
It's called moving the goalposts or pivoting. Yeah. And I find it more often than not with the enlightened centrists. The ones that, they're all the same, man. I'm smarter than all of them. What about drinkers? That we be drinkers, me. Yep.
Now you were getting somewhere. It might be proving my point.
I'm getting bored.
God. Yeah, this guy's getting boring.
Which is the greatest sin. Where is Kat? Where is my chief mod for this shit show? Because he's the one who cracks down on that shit. He always has. What's over in shared content? Who posted? Joe and Taco. What do we got here? Australians have been receiving U.S. election robocalls urging them to stay safe and stay home. Yeah, Taco said, like, in case we wanted to hop on a plane and go do some voter fraud, I guess. What the fuck? I wonder who's... It'll be interesting if they look into it, who's actually, like, responsible for the robocall.
Hey, someone already beat everybody to it.
Mitre.
They have been voted, they have been measured, and they have been found lacking and been voted off the island. Mm-hmm. Goodbye.
It's a shame, but that sort of enlightened centrism, I get along with the authoritarians and the right-wingers better than I do neoliberal centrists and that type, right? Like old school Democrat. You're a lib, right? You're a neolib because you're not a classical liberal. You're an American liberal, which is a neolib. And I've always had the most problems with neolibs. That's long been a running theme because they try and court the wokeness crowd, right? Like, oh yeah, I'm for equality and I don't want anybody to be oppressed, but I support all of these systems of oppression.
Yeah.
And so they try and have their cake and eat it too, as evidenced by him pivoting, by him moving the goalpost continuously, by trying to play that galaxy-brained fucking enlightened centrist position of, oh, I don't ascribe to any of it. I'm transcendental. I'm playing 5D chess while you're playing checkers. Ha 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 ha. Motherfucker, this eventually things can be measured. Where do you land?
And it's funny though, it's like sitting there and going, okay, moving the goalpost, then denying he's moving the goalpost. Doesn't want to listen to reason, logic, or truth. And only is trying to get some weird ass answer.
Good luck. Premarital handholder. I support gay marriage. I just don't want gay people to have jobs to pay for said wedding. Basically. Yeah, that's the position. Like that's generally the position is, I'm not against. Thank you, Armlockio. Always appreciated. It's good to hear. It's always that enlightened centrist position that tries to straddle that fence. And it's like I said, eventually being like divorced from, I don't support fascism or anti-fascism. Motherfucker, that's supporting fascism, right? Like, you do get that at a certain point when fascism is on your doorstep and you're like, oh, well, I just want to remain neutral. Neutral becomes non-neutral.
Yeah.
So you have to, there is a point where you do have to choose. Like, oh shit, and that sort of enlightened centrist, old school Democrat position, which, he is how old school? I should have asked him, like, how fucking old school? Like, you could remember when the Klan was the Democrats? Like, how old school we talking?
That's probably exactly it right there.
Fucking A. We will give it the best shot that we can give it, Dr. Cryptox. Are you a doctor or you just play one on TV? So I see red everywhere. Satan Panda 666, hands down my favorite political channel. Ooh. Thank you. Thank you. Yet Biden is ahead. How does that happen? Okay, so the Electoral College, first we have to do a little backstory. The Electoral College is inherently racist. You have to know this. All right. The Electoral College was set up as a compromise so that when the southern states did allow black people to vote, the black people wouldn't swing the election too badly for them. All right. So you have to understand this. This is the context, the greater context that takes place for the Electoral College. It's a control mechanism on the populace in order to ensure that those in power have final say over what's going on. Now, let's fast forward. None of them premarital. None of them will. They'll all join up. So you fast forward, and there's been a whole bunch of when voting means shits. Voting means a lot, but you have to down ticket vote.
Why does it matter? Because it's paper evidence and proof that if they pick who they want, then there is that paper evidence to prove otherwise. It's like Trump right now claiming he's won in states that he's not won in, and that he wants to take it to the Supreme Court in order to stop them from counting any more votes, because he knows full well that it will not bode well for him.
The Federalist Papers literally talk about this, then. I'm looking at Madison's arguments. The Federalist Papers literally talk about how an interested and overbearing majority and mischiefs of factions, and how a certain number of citizens could overwhelm the now existing majority.
Yeah.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge, pay attention. We have a constitution that didn't recognize women, didn't recognize black people. Oh, they recognized them just as 3/5. Didn't recognize Native people, didn't recognize landowners. Our founders were always concerned about minority voters. They were always concerned about that. The Electoral College is a way to get a final check on that. And the Senate is a final check on the House of Representatives, which is more controlled by the people. Our entire system has been set up to ensure that the wealthy landowning white males have final say. Now, again, you didn't even let me get to the and then things evolve and change portion of the program. So just a weird, no worries, Cryptox. Hey, thank you for the follow, Alexander. Alexander. I like it though.
Welcome.
So all in all, no matter if every American voted for Big Bird, if the college wanted Bert, it would be Bert. It used to be that way. Once upon a time, it was that way. Now, a little over half of the states have formal legislation enacted that their electoral votes go to their popular vote. There are still states that have full control over the electoral college within their states. The electors in their state have complete decision making. They have complete independence from the popular vote. There's also a contingent of states that are part of an interstate compact, that when the majority of the electoral votes is achieved within that compact group, then automatically all of those states have agreed to sign on to a popular vote automatically decides the electoral college votes. But again, that hasn't happened yet. There are still a majority of states that don't sign on to that compact. So there you go. Evil Marksman. I kind of like it. I kind of like it, bro. I kind of like it. Don't mind me just lurking and listening. No worries, Alexander. On a side note, I have a real debate right here. We should remove the hole from bagels, renaming them bagel buns. Less mess, more filling. In these hard times, we need all the filling we can get. I'm pro no hole.
Oh, gee.
Here's your problem. Okay, the hole actually plays into the cooking process. And so, I mean, alterations could be made though. It's not like an unachievable goal. I like it. I like it. Evil Marksman, I think you have a product on your hands. I think you should go out there and trademark bagel buns if it hasn't already been trademarked, and you should just fucking get a local bakery who makes bagels to do it and like license the trademark to them or something. Like you should, that's an idea, Evil Marksman. That's an idea. You should run with that one. Because people like the chewiness of the bagel. They like the chewiness of the bagel. I think you're onto something. Like you should do bagel buns, bro. Like it's a solid idea.
Now remember, Evil Marksman, when you get rich, to come back here and help Kyle.
Somebody leaving. Arm lock you. Oh, all right. Thank you for the love. Yeah, it does help it cook properly, but Cryptox, I think that can be overcome. I'm not a baker, I'm a cook. So I'd have to talk to some people about that. But there's nothing in the realm of baking, because I've done my fair share of bread and stuff back in the day. There's nothing that I don't think couldn't be overcome as far as cooking problems goes with that.
So I have to interrupt here. We're at the 2 hour and 20 mark.
Oh, really? It feels like it's been fucking 14 days already.
So if you enjoy this content and love what this man is doing,
you don't have to show it for me.
Please feel free to support this channel by subbing, gift subbing, donations. If you can't afford it, that's okay. No one's telling you that you must. It's not a necessity.
I would much, as the channel owner, might I put in at this point and perspective as an anarchist, I would much rather you give that money to like a needy person on the street corner or take your loved one out for dinner. But I can't stop you from subscribing or donating subscriptions. So you do you. And Sue, go sub to Sue. Are you an affiliate yet, Sue?
Yes, I am. I am available for subbing.
Rock on. Everybody go, let's see. Everybody go follow Lost Sue.
Hold on. I got someone asking me a question.
I will take that, Evil. Yeah.
Question for Sue, or...
I'll tell you what, since you've read my questions in the past, I'm going to read your question.
Okay.
Question for Sue, or whoever has the knowledge and wants to answer. Since I've never quite got this, the Catholic world decided that while Africans had no soul and were therefore property, American natives were actually human and just needed guidance from Christians. See forced conversion as payment for near slave labor. What was the official view of the Protestant world in terms of are natives human? Just how hard can we enslave them without God getting pissy?
Well, both Protestant and Catholic were extremely racist to the extreme point of pedophilia when it came to indigenous people in North America. I don't know. I think it wasn't so much of put them into slavery. It was more along the lines of making sure that they had sex slaves and used the children as sex slaves. for their pedophilia behavior that they have. So, and of course, if you can turn around and completely wipe a person's existence of their culture, their heritage, their race out of them, then you have nice little slaves and nice little
they
sects
the
that you can do whatever with, right?
the Protestant Church by 1780 um had very rough numbers around this time. We weren't doing accurate censuses. So 10 to 30% of the continental population was Protestant, but no one has an accurate count on slaves or Native Americans. And so we don't even know what they were up to with the Native Americans and slaves that they claim to be within their church sphere of influence. So this is where a Protestant historian, somebody who works within the Protestant religion and church hierarchy, would be able to tell you far more, because they would have documentation that the general internet isn't going to have.
Yeah. And Satan Panda, yes, the pedophilia was always a thing for them.
It's been a problem for a while. Let's just put it that way. It's been a problem for a while. Yeah. Let's see. Oh shit. I've got hang on. Let's do the ban review, everybody. We got unban requests. Everybody remember Tilgen? Tilgen 2 hours ago said fuck off cunt for their unban request. That I shall send unban decision of deny. And then we got Zenander. He was the putting gays in prison guy. Sorry. I reproved it. I didn't mean to do that. Let me ban him again. There we go. Tilgen just got unbanned and then rebanned. Just for let's see. Yeah, and fucking he said, "Are you not?" And fuck off Nazi, I believe is let's see. Yeah, you know what? There we go. All right, we've done the unban request portion of the stream. Yes.
Now, granted, I might in the new year turn around and may, out of the generosity and kindness of his heart,
battles back.
allow someone the opportunity to get unbanned and to prove themselves a human being rather than something that's not.
I actually, I've approved quite a few unban requests. On the I put second chance in the unban field. Like, I can send a reason that you got banned or why it's standing or why it's been revoked. And I use second chance as that reason quite a few times. But generally speaking, the ones that, hit the anti-Semitic, kill all the Jews, put the gays in jail, fuck the black people, all of the greatest hits of authoritarian pricks, they get to stay banned. That's just, I give them enough rope to not only hang themselves, but bungee jump and slam into the ground. Yeah. Oh, fuck me. Cryptox, if we could clone Bob Ross and Mr. Rogers and get them, just have an entire government filled with Bob Rosses and Mr. Rogers I would.
No.
I'd be okay with that. Why not? What's your deal with them?
Oh, no, Mr. Rogers.
Why?
You be my neighbor. Hell no.
You just have a problem with the song?
I do not enjoy someone like that literally promotes, how do I put it, colonization in that aspect.
Oh, come on. He was one of the most kind-hearted. If you sat him down and explained your position, you know damn well he'd come around to it.
Maybe.
He was one of the most kind-hearted. If you sat him down with like, look, it hurts for this reason. Like it actually hurts me for this reason. He would have been on team in a heartbeat. Yeah. That's one of the fucking wokest hot takes I've heard you say yet.
Who, me?
Yeah. Fred Rogers is a colonizer.
He was. Straight up. He
Uh,
promoted that whole entire thing. It was his whole gig.
his whole thing
Teach
was
your children to be colonizers. Teach them.
I mean, you mean the same guy who washed the feet of a black man live on TV?
Yeah.
I think this is a bit of a wrong position, but we can agree to disagree. We're adults.
Well, I mean,
Plus, he's
you
dead.
know,
We don't get to have the conversation in a modern context.
when I was a kid watching Mr. Rogers, horrifying.
I mean that's
To a world that was white centrist colonizing ideology.
I'd like to sit down and watch a few episodes with you and see where the points of contention are.
Okay, that's not a problem.
We'll pencil that in for some future date. Well, yeah.
I mean, I'm willing and open to the idea that, you know, yeah, maybe he was a decent guy who was stuck in this colonizing ideology. But it was like Leave It to Beaver. It was pushing people into a make-believe world.
I
All
can
for the general thing.
Yeah, I mean, I can sort of see it, but I mean, he was also very much taking because he was a pastor after all. He was an advocate of just the Jesus type perspective of, I mean, that was the whole point of "Won't you just be my neighbor?" Was we don't need to fight. Like, you and I can just get along. And so, you know,
I agree with that. I agree with.
I mean, I think that if you had a modern iteration of Mr. Rogers, you probably would find that maybe some of that opinion might sway. Yeah. And as far as Venn goes, it's fucking the key. You not even have a key to the house because there was no need to lock the door. You're right. You're right. There was no burglary prior to 1980. It never happened.
Sorry, I
It's
don't mean to laugh, but burglary was always a thing. It happened a lot.
I mean,
It wasn't so much in some neighborhoods. Where other neighborhoods, it happened quite a bit.
I mean, it's just, I mean, that's solipsism writ large, right? Like, this is your own experience bias speaking. Like,
Well, it's just my life experience, right?
yeah, like this is just,
I mean, I was born in 72. I'm almost in my 50s. So
I mean,
we always had locked doors, even though the adopted family that I grew up with lived in a very rich area.
Premarital burglary was invented in 1989. I heard that burglary was imported by the CIA into the inner cities with the crack cocaine. It was the Reagan administration that imported burglary into this country. It was a government conspiracy. Oh, lordy, Lord.
I mean, burglary happened. Like, I mean, even in the old Wild West, so to speak.
all the way north. Dr. Cryptox, I invented burglary after seeing it in China in 1934. I invented burglary in the way Columbus found America. Exactly. Yeah, and all over fucking North, can I just spend a moment of my stream to say, fuck Ollie North? Of all the people that we should still have to be putting up with in today's day and age, is the guy who committed high treason by selling weapons to Iran, our supposed enemy, never mind the CIA-backed coup that we did there as well, to fund the military juntas in South America to topple the democratically elected socialist leaders there. Fuck Ollie North. Fuck the Reagan administration. There's Kai's little Ollie North rant. Fucking CIA equals evil. CIA equals standard government policy, right? The CIA has been doing what America really wants them to do for as long as they've been around, right? The CIA isn't stepping out of line. Like, they're doing what they do. Like, that's standard American policy. How do you think Boeing and Lockheed are making as much money as they do? It's because the CIA is there to start the shit ahead of time. They're like the warm-up act for the main rock group that is the Marines.
Yeah.
Right? There's the Tales of an Economic Hitman who explained, look, it works in 3 steps. It's real simple. We go in, we explain to the dictator in charge, hey, take this money and do what we tell you to do. They either take the money and do what we tell them to do, or then we send in the CIA. The CIA either straight up tries to assassinate them or foments a revolution in the region. Now, if that fails, here come the Marines.
And if that fails, well, we'll just go to war like we did with Vietnam.
It's been the same. It's a greatest hits album. We know how this works.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the good old days. Remember when the CIA flew in coke by the ton? And Betray replied, the good old days. They use drones now, not Marines. And those drones are flown right over there. They're flown from Northtown. I'm in Las Vegas, Nevada. The majority of the drones are actually flown out of Nellis Air Force Base. We have a contingent of drone pilots here. And I've met a couple of them over the years. And so, yeah, the drones don't always work though. Sometimes boots on the ground is what you need.
Yeah, Dr. Crypto, you're right. Worst part about war, the youth who fight usually think they're fighting to defend their country.
Then they die for nothing.
Yeah.
This is when we talk about the Geneva Convention, and I go on the rail about the Geneva Convention and how that's some of the sickest shit humanity's ever created. And I use an old Stanhope routine for it as the basis for it. That, what's that sick shit? We're going to get together and have a meeting and say that, well, if we're going to kill each other by the hundreds of thousands, not us, mind you, poor people's children. But if we're going to kill each other by the hundreds of thousands, we might as well sit down and have a few rules for it. Can we hit them with a stick? Yeah, sure. We can hit them with a stick. Well, how about chemical weapons? No, that's like fighting with mace. That's fairy fighting. You can't have that. No, that's how girls fight. Like, it's some of the sickest shit we've ever produced. Is, if we're going to agree to kill each other by the hundreds of thousands, let's put down a few rules about it. That is insanity. That's the symptom of a sick species. Let's see. Right now they're dying for poppy fields. Got to have them pills. Yep. Majority of the majority of the poppy production comes from that part of the world. Hang on.
Anarchy 1408. Welcome. And welcome to the other person we missed. Sorry, I can't remember the name.
I was Funk Master Womp.
Yes.
Which nice to see a non just a name. I like it. Funk Master Womp in the house. Let's see. Yep, got an LOL from him. premarital saying, but Kai, you see, we didn't have a democratically elected government. Isabella Padrone was actually female 1970s Mussolini. Big Daddy USA had to step in to protect our human rights and freedom. The thousands of people that were forcefully disappeared or exiled by the military government were actually fascists, not philosophers, musicians, and left-wing activists. Sarcasm tag. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. That's not insanity. It's called fighting. Been here about 5 billion years. You must be new here. No, having rules for war is insanity. If I'm a weaker country, I'm going to use any means available to me to fight you. It's that simple. The rules that were put in place was by a bunch of winners, right? Winners get to write the rules, not the losers. Now, if you're a more powerful nation than me and you attack me and I have chemical weapons, I'm using chemical weapons. This is just fighting, right? This is the fact that we have attempted to turn war into a boxing match and not a street fight. This is the sick portion. This is the twisted mentality. Yeah, let them die less brutally and more humanely. Which, again, given what we know about the nature of war, especially under a military-industrial complex, makes it even more twisted. Like, it's, you know, you're almost arguing humane euthanasia for the misguided youth of a nation. Like, it's kind of fucked up.
Hey, they do that to indigenous people.
Then's one thing we probably can't agree on. I don't know who I had a conversation with a month ago, something like that. I'm a lifelong IT specialist. Age 4 mainframe terminal, 14 custom programming. By 25, I had set up an independent IT consultantship here in Las Vegas, and it was a one-man shop. I served big ass companies. Let's just put it that way. And so the technological, the online, the electronic warfare that has been engaging in the last, let's call it 25 years, went left from a cold into a hot war. I would agree that World War III is already engaged. It's just not a real world war, right? It's already an electronic war, and it spans many, many, many countries. So I am there with you on that one.
Handholder, yeah, that's kind of funny, right? Chemical weapons are only morally acceptable when used against peaceful protesters. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of online heat maps that you could pull up. I sat one. We did use, what was it? Dihexachloride or something like that up in Seattle that is the military won't even use because it caused death in a few cases for them. And so, yeah, we used a few weird things, and there's tracking of it. There's actual scientific, rigorous, like chain of ownership tracking on those canisters. Yeah, I don't remember the exact compound. I could probably find it. It's in my server somewhere. Let me, hexachlorothane. Yeah, hexachlorothane, nausea, vomiting, central nervous system depression, kidney, liver damage, fever, chest pain, liver damage. Sorry, did that one twice. Anorexia, weight loss, and death. It's the U.S. Army Biomedical Research and Development Laboratory notes on it stated that exposure of unprotected soldiers to high concentrations, which if you saw the amount of smoke in the photo from these, exposure of unprotected soldiers to high concentrations of HC smoke for even a few minutes resulted in injuries and fatalities. And so, yeah, there's an entire team that was up there, Portland, not Seattle, that was tracking these canisters. And I mean, there's literal photos of them being used, the unexploded versions on the ground, the burned out versions on the ground, the tracking of the manufacturers. maybe it was some rogue assholes that managed to get their hands on military grade weapons. Yes. I mean, it could be. But I mean, the fact of the matter is that a whole host of them were used. They managed to collect 20 canisters that the cops didn't pick up. The Chemical Weapons Research Consortium managed to get their hands on 20 of them.
And Dr. Cryptox, the Dakota Access Pipeline standoff, they used a lot of shit that they're never supposed to use.
But when you use it against your own people, asterisk, when you use it against your own people, it's all fair. Only if you cross the border and use it is it then a problem. Again, these fucking weird ass rules. Yeah, the pipeline thing is, fuck me. Oil and gas, motherfuckers. Don't get in their way.
But hey, when you think about it,
everything.
You really have to think when it comes to the strength and endurance of indigenous people. When you see that, and we're still standing here.
How much are we going to take from the natives? I like premarital's answer best. Everything that's worth anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, it's sort of, I'm reminded of a D&D rogue class that, like, they'll steal anything that isn't nailed down. And if you nailed it down and they could still get it up, then clearly you didn't nail it down well enough. Sort of that territory. Like, you know, we're going to take anything that we can take, basically. I'm sorry to hear that you lose sleep over that, Cryptox, but I mean, it's something worthwhile to lose sleep over, at least. You know, there's a lot of shit people lose sleep over that's stupid, made up Panamet circensis, bread and circuses, Panamet circensis type of stuff. You know, oh, when is the premiere going to be of that thing? And oh my God, the episode of that didn't, I care about those characters. You know, there's a motherfucker dying like of exposure right outside your house right now.
Yeah.
There's shit that actually matters that's worth losing sleep over. And that's in that category. So, you know, keep an eye on that from an anxiety and mental health perspective, but it's noble and honorable, at least.
Although I do have to say, Dr. Cryptox, yes, I am Native. I am a Hunkpapa Dakota Nation member.
Okay, so how do I say that first word? Or group of words? I'm not sure.
Hunkpapa. Hunkpapa.
Huntpapa.
Getting it. Hunkpapa.
Huntpapa.
Yeah.
All right. So, and then Dakota, right?
Yeah.
All right. What does the Huntpapa mean?
Basically the people.
Okay, cool.
It's Sitting Bull's tribe.
All right. What do we got? Let's see. Then, like I said, it seems most of us want to make the world a better place. Is that true? Yes. Well, no. All right. We have had a few people that, since you've been here, we've had a few people that I would argue are not looking to make the world a better place. That's just the truth of the matter. But I do believe that there is honor in being the opponent, right? I did an interview, about Michael Pence. And I did a week-long research dive into Mike Pence, and I came out the other side knowing entirely too much about Mike Pence. But I did an interview for one of my fellow podcasters from way back, on Mike Pence, and I have to respect him on some level because there's honor in being the opposition, and believe me, he's the opposition. So I can respect people who have a difference of opinion, but there does come a point where there's a harm management argument to be made. And if you're arguing about taking rights away from minorities, if you're arguing about, making it so that oppressors can oppress more effectively, then, that difference of opinion becomes more than just a difference of opinion. Difference of opinion is for certain things, right? We can agree to disagree on whether everything bagels are the superior bagel or not. But whether, there's massive voter disenfranchisement, especially within the black community in the U.S., it's not really up for debate. So it's not it's not one of those. We can agree to disagree. No. So, I feel you, though. I feel you. Evil Marksman. So if I understand things correctly, in theory, Biden could have Obama as a vice president. Yes, he could. If Obama was up to it, which sounds like the biggest fuck you to Trump, he could do that. That is actually a thing he could do, this is the thing. It's never been tested because Obama couldn't be president if Biden died. And so there may be limitations on that. But yeah, there is no, as far as I'm familiar with it, that's the issue, is that he couldn't meet the demands of the job. And I think that might be the clause that gets him. So, yeah.
So I also want to take this moment, since Dr. Cryptox asked about this stuff, a perfect time to shill for me.
Fuck it. Hang on. Everybody go follow. Somebody pump into chat. I'm hung up on something. All right. We're going to do that. And everybody go follow Lost Sue. Give him a subscription if you want to subscribe. And input your description here, Sue. I'm going to fill my glass of water.
Okay. So basically, on my stream, we talk about indigenous way of life. So we get into origin theories, we get into some of the storytelling, we get into spiritual way of life for indigenous people in what we call Turtle Island. Some people call North America, Central America, and South America. So I focus on a lot of that. I also do a lot of showing of videos, either indigenous music or other indigenous elders and talking points and stories, basically helping to educate where us indigenous people truly are and where we stand. Hey, Giggle Peas, no problem. You have a good sleep. Thank you for popping by. Much love.
You have a good one, Giggle.
So yeah, feel free. Also, a lot of the times, we have conversations where you are just as much a part of the content as I am. So,
I mean, that's fundamentally, I mean, I could sit here and do headlines, which often I do. I'll spend an hour doing headlines and news rundowns and stuff like that. But ultimately, the stream comes from chat.
Yeah.
And I find the best streams come that way. Oh, fuck yeah. You can do that, Curio. Have you met Curio, Sue?
Yes, I have.
Okay, good. Everybody should know. And somebody shout, fucking why bother? Let's see. There we go. Everybody go follow Curio.
Curio is very cool.
Don't expect what you get here. Curio is art, poetry, spoken word, comedy, storytelling, occasionally politics. But yeah, far more. I go to Curio Show to decompress after the chuds wear me down here. Yes, Link's still fucking going. Then you get like 100,000 people watching someone who doesn't even acknowledge chat. I don't get it. Obscurio is a curio, says Link. Links. So yeah, call in whenever you want. You know where to go, voice chat and all of that.
Dr. Crypto, I usually stream in the mornings. So Probably tomorrow morning sometime, or well, today sometime in the morning.
Tomorrow.
Well, I haven't gone to sleep yet, so
Yeah, it's
technically,
today.
but
If you haven't slept, it's still the same day.
yeah.
Let's see. I schedule command in chat. I'll do it for you though. Oh, really? Did that not queue? What the fuck? Hang on. Let me just check something really quickly. There we go.
You type in schedule and it shouts out.
Well, no. Mitre did that ahead of me. So
Okay.
it might have, but I have a custom command for that. So check commands. Oh, scan is complete. I'm like, really? You wanna actually load something? Stream Elements? Looks like Stream Elements may be having issues.
Yeah, that's quite possible.
No, okay, so it should work. I think the overlapping command. There we go. There you go, Dr. Cryptox. Because the AP called it, right?
Yeah.
Gipper.
Yeah, I usually do anywhere from 4 to 6 hour streams. Every once in a while, depending, I may cut it shorter than that, depending. But usually, I do about that long a stream.
Evil. There we go. The one thing I can't get my head around is the fear of nationalized health service, even in the middle of a pandemic in the U.S. Here in Scotland, all prescriptions are free. In England, it's £9. It's because we are fucking idiots. I mean, I could, get into how the educational system has been undermined and people don't understand, and how the limbic system and the which frontal cortex portion is involved in conservatism. Hang on, I have it at the ready.
Handholder, no, I haven't yet.
Oh.
Is that a streamer or?
What are we looking at?
Handholder was asking if I ever heard of Yabe Yala. No, I haven't yet.
There we go.
So I'm just wondering who that is that they're asking me if I know if I've ever heard of them.
Yeah, frontal cortex and limbic system involvement. There we go. Of course, abortion is a right. You want to know how I can prove it? Here, this is real simple. Do you own your body or not? If you own your body, then it's a right. If you don't, then you don't.
The government owns your body. Didn't you know?
Yeah. Taco, love it.
Jeez, Taco. Your sister raising a baby from a ring.
What about the baby's body? The baby isn't a baby until a certain point. Sorry.
It's
even the Bible agrees with me.
Facets that go into that, Dr. Cryptox. I mean, it's not the baby's fault that its donor did what it did.
I mean, you do realize that the only thing the Bible talks about as far as abortion goes is how to do one. Right? Like this weird modern evangelical obsession with abortion is a modern development. And by modern, I mean in the 90s, right? During the Reagan era and the Southern Strategy version of evangelical merging with conservatism, it wasn't an issue. The number one issue was tax haven status for private religious schools in the South. That was the issue of the day. No one gave a shit about abortion at that point. This is a modern divisive tactic. The
Yeah.
Bible even states explicitly how to perform an abortion.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you know, it isn't at conception, by the way, when the breath of life enters the child's body, right? Like this is the thing, and God breathed into the nostrils. You know, okay, so it's not a baby for quite a while, and so until that point happens, it's the woman's body. She owns it. It's
Yeah.
her decision what she shall do with it.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. I'm just, I'm not saying that a woman shouldn't decide what to do with her own body.
See, that's where it
By
gets
no means.
very fucking weird is the discussion of paternal rights.
Yeah.
But I mean, ultimately speaking, when we're talking about a harm reduction sort of scenario, it isn't the father who's going to potentially put his life on the line to deliver the child. So the woman is the one with the true vested interest.
Lechu Fabriz, welcome. That sounds like a French name.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Le True Fabrice. Fabrice could be Spanish as well. But I mean, the true something or other. Then abortion is Darwinian. Darwinian. I support it fully. That's an interesting take.
Yeah, I do find it interesting, Handholder.
Interesting.
Considering that most of us here in North America and a lot still in Central and South still call this Turtle Island. But yeah, I mean, we all have different takes on it, right? As indigenous groups.
Turtle Island's easier for me to pronounce. I'm going to go with Turtle Island.
Yeah.
My tongue handles Turtle Island easier. Hey, Taz. Is fucking Curio going to call in or not? He came by. Somebody poke at Curio. He came by a few minutes ago and said he wanted to call in, but I haven't seen him. And if I missed him, tell him to come back by and I'll fucking pay more attention this time. Love the name, had to fall. Thank you.
Well, Dr. Crypto, Turtle Island came about because if you look at how North America has looked, if you look at it on a map, it basically the bottom part looks like the tail, the top part looks like all the rest of it looks like the body of a turtle. Bears a very good resemblance to it, with the head popped in.
Evil Marksman. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm certain that's happened. I'm not sure it warrants legislating. Like, I don't know. I would have to see some numbers before I'm willing to talk legislation about that.
I would honestly say that when it comes to abortion, that's between a woman and the guy that she's with. Albeit, if it comes to like a case of rape, well, then that's something totally different. But that also would come into family, doctors. Is the woman physically, medically able to carry the child and give birth healthily? Can't say it properly. Yeah.
I don't know what you're
Yeah,
talking.
it's a woman's choice.
I don't know what you're talking about, Paint. Like the voice you just heard is Lasu, not myself. If you can tell by the mouth,
I'm here.
by the mouth moving when I speak. But I don't know what you're referencing. Whoa, no, you said my body, my choice, though. I don't know what that's in reference to. But yeah, like, I mean, if you're not going to have to deliver the kid, you don't really get a say in the matter. The electoral system is fundamentally broken. There you go. There's the long and short of it.
I mean, indigenous people have always been a matriarchal society. So, yeah, women have far more rights or say in what goes on with children than men do, but men aren't exactly thrown underneath the bus either.
So what about being gay? I don't understand where you're heading, Paint. Like
What
what?
about people?
I
Yeah,
like what about being gay? I'm gay. Night Lynx.
good night, Lynx. Sleep well.
Much love.
We should do a shout out to Lynx too, because Lynx is really awesome.
Oh, no space. No space. There we go.
Yay!
Here we go. Follow links. The statement of praxis was it was fixed by links on this channel. If you want to see it, you can do exclamation praxis on
I'm trying
everything.
to get more info on everything.
Okay, so what about being gay? Should it be illegal? Is that what you're asking? Because no, it shouldn't.
To be honest, when it comes, this is Law Sue speaking, so that we clarify
Thank you,
clearly.
Lynx.
Apparently, we need to. The reality is, when it comes to indigenous people, there has always been two-spirited people. We don't sit back and say, well, you don't deserve to live or be a part of any society. No, they are fully welcomed, respected, and honored within our societies. So I think anyone that has this issue with whether or not someone should be gay or bisexual or trans or whatever is clearly a colonialistic attitude and a church attitude. It has nothing to do with indigenous people.
Mike Oxmall. I hate to break you to, but billions of people for thousands of years disagree with you, and scientists disagree with you as well. Congratulations. Welcome to the channel, Chub. Curio. What is up, my man?
You ain't going to believe this, but my principled third-party vote did not have quite the outcome I expected.
Yo, Curio, what's up, bro?
How's it going, Sue?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Good to hear you. Good to see you.
You see Kentucky held on to Mitch, the bitch.
Well, buddy, I wish I could say I'm surprised, but a lot of people forget how stupid all the other people are.
Oh man, it's been interesting.
Buddy, as soon as I saw that shoehorn of a woman that they was trying to run against Mitch, I mean, that one I knew was over with. We had a slight hope in Charles Booker in the primaries, but nobody knew who he was in time to actually elect him.
Hey, Mike, you're on an anarchist's channel. None of us are liberals. Like, literally, we don't have any liberals on the channel.
The wrong turn.
Like,
You got the wrong one, buddy.
I mean, if you're looking for liberals, I could point you to a few places. But
I mean, I'm liberal with my maple syrup application on my flapjacks, but that's about it.
I mean, yeah, exactly. Liberal with your weed. If you're conflating the common pool of Enlightenment ideology that libertarianism, anarchism, and classical liberalism all flow through, then sure, I guess. But anybody with a political science or civics education would be able to discern the difference. I'm an anarchist. I believe in collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a heterarchy and a philosophical challenging of power and authority structures. Generally speaking, a liberal in the modern context is going to be pro-capitalism, laissez-faire capitalism, but capitalism. I am anti-capitalism. A libertarian will definitely be pro laissez-faire capitalism. Again, hierarchical authoritarian system. That is not anarchism. All right. So I'm an anarchist. Liberalism, libertarianism, and anarchism all flow through a common pool of Enlightenment ideologies.
We got Paint here who's deciding to bring up the Bible.
Oh, I love it. I love this.
The fuck is the Bible?
This is, oh, Jesus, Curio's going to do his bet. I love this. Okay, so the English translation of the Bible was translated from the Greek translation. And
Get it, boy.
the Greek translation uses the term arsenokotai. Arsenokotai
that
means pederasty, not homosexuality. And the individual who is responsible for the biblical translation has actually done interviews in the past, and this is on record. And we can verify this and check this using the Germanic translations, which predate the English translations. And so we can cross-check this mistranslation into English using the Greek and the Germanic Bibles. And it is the mistranslation of the Greek word arsenokotai, which references pederasty, not homosexuality. So what does the Bible say about homosexuality outside of that one mistranslated Leviticus passage? Absolutely jack shit. Welcome to the channel, you fucking bigot.
And why do you think they would want to not to change that translation, man? Can't be because the church is fucking a lot of kids, right? That don't make sense.
America has spoken. Go practice your gayness elsewhere. Motherfucker, do you have any idea how
I'm gonna
much
fuck your dad, buddy.
you fuckers rely on our gayness?
You have my vote, Christina.
What do we got? You know what? Tell you what, Mike, you have 30 seconds to join Discord and join the call. Christina, start your watch.
You got 12 seconds to send me your dad's address because I'm penetrating him first chance I get.
Nope. So what about Leviticus? Motherfucker, were you not paying attention?
Did you miss the whole bit?
Did you miss that?
Fucked it up.
Did you miss the entire fucking portion of how Leviticus is a single mistranslation from the Greek term arsenokotai, which references pederasty? Hey, thank you, Litru. Since the Christians have had a little bit of a problem with kid fucking for a while now, they put some rules in. Except it's not, though. So you got anything? I mean, anything other than, no, you're wrong. Because I can bring actual knowledge, and you're just sitting there going, la, 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 no, you're wrong. It's a great position to argue from. Makes you look like a fucking galaxy brain.
Isn't that the normalcy of Christianity, though?
I know, right? Bigotry.
Yeah.
I thought you meant pedophilia. Either way,
The Bible.
Well,
The Bible.
both of them, yeah.
The Bible speaks. You mean a bunch of fucking empowered men throughout history who wanted to oppress people?
Oh, wait. Now, remember, the Bible was made and brought into existence by King Constantine, who was a pagan up until his deathbed. And he only wanted to use it to control the population and dictate how people should act, behave amongst each other.
Yeah, Paint. I know the passage. And literally, it's a mistranslation from the Greek term arsenokotai. It doesn't mean homosexuality. It's referencing children, not men.
This boy, I think, is a little better than 50% ignorant, if I had to say.
Oh, no, that's a typical Christian. Keep repeating the same thing even though they know their answer is full of shit. They know their stance is full of shit.
It says mankind where I just wrote mankind in the chat. You see that, bud? Mankind ain't nothing but one of the greatest wrestlers of all time, buddy.
Now, you just changed that because the previous one that you put out there said if man, not mankind.
It's
So
okay.
y'all been dealing with a lot of this evening?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's rough, baby. It's tough.
Luckily, and thanks again, Sue. Sue has been a consummate co-host and a traveler and a fellow rider in the vehicle that has been this fucking night.
He was a solid human, man.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
fucking Jesus Christ! If I had to do this one like flying solo, I think I would have been a little heavier with the band hammer. Fucking cleaning house, motherfuckers.
It was relatively chill in my stream this evening, man. I mean, we kept it relatively light. I was hoping for more, actually. The only thing I had was Johnny Blaze coming in telling me the whole time how Biden was still going to win. I said, buddy, you got to chill out on that.
Yeah, Taz, I don't know what it is about the Bible thumpers. Dr. Cryptox, you're beyond reproach at this point. That or you're slow playing your troll game, and in that case, fucking A, congratulations. You're the master troll of the night then. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're one of us. But I have found a whole bunch of fucking really cool people tonight. People washed in on these shores that, appreciate what's going on around these parts. Let's see. So when do we get naked and drink weird punch? Oh, now that Curio's here, about 3 minutes from now.
About 3 minutes ago, y'all were behind schedule, baby. I've been drinking my own mixed chemicals all evening.
Attaboy.
I'm experimenting.
Shit, you
Did
are.
my own sort of election. I let my cats decide which chemicals I was gonna mix together and huff.
Welcome, Lestar.
Yeah.
And
Welcome in,
this
Lestar.
is in-
Thank you for joining us.
Now look at this, man. Turns out that over 17 of the states in the Midwest turned out to be mirages. So they're having to recalculate the entire election. No results till February of next year. That just in on CNH.
I started the show mentioning that I was going to do a bit through the entire show and just hold to it, that I had no idea that there was an election happening.
Here's a super meta joke Corey Haim dropped in my chat. He says it's a mistranslation. It's not supposed to say mankind. It's supposed to say dude love.
Oh, fucking love
That's
it.
good, Chris. I'll give you a kiss if I ever see you in person just for that joke.
I mean, let's get real and honest here. The Jesus Christ that they're depicting in the Bible was a true anarchist.
He was definitely a communist.
He was leftist. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't playing. Oh,
Hey,
shit.
thank you for the tier 1 sub there, girls. Right on, man.
That's Taz. Taz.
That's Taz.
Taz goes way back. CEO of Curls. That's Taz. And Taz, you don't have to do that. Go spend that money on something that matters. But thank you nonetheless. I appreciate the thought. Yeah, Paint. Paint. You can keep quoting that same Leviticus passage, but again, we're telling you it's a mistranslation. So have fun with that single passage. Do you have anything outside that single Leviticus passage that you can fall back on? Anything? Come on, I'm willing to give you another fucking softball here. Even though
man lay like he lay with dude love, which is in the suplex position, then he should be stoned. I think it's pretty clear.
Oh shit, let me grab my vape pen.
Taz, by the way, thank you for that. Thanks for the sweet birthday gift, Taz. I love you so much. And quit spending money on people.
Well, before you quit spending money on people, you can always pop by mine and spend. That's awesome, bro.
Go show Lost to some love, folks.
I'm gonna go subscribe to you right now, Sue, because I don't think I have yet. Are you affiliate yet?
Yeah, he is.
Yes, I am.
Okay. Comment so I can click on your screen there.
Actually,
Let's see. Let's look at a German translation of Corinthians 1 Corinthians 6:9.
Look, you got the wrong motherfuckers if you're gonna sit in here and debate the literal translations of Christian verse, buddy. I've been reading that since I was 2 years old, and you got it fucked up.
Thanks,
son.
Texas. And I'm an ordained pastor.
I am as well. Universal Life Church, baby.
Like, as far as the hierarchy of the church goes, you have no right to speak to me on chapter and verse, quite frankly.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna need you to do 415 Hail Marys, or else you going to hell tomorrow, buddy.
Yep.
hey, I understand the Bible extremely well too, because, well, that was forced on me.
Oh, look. Here it is again in the Greek translation, the Greek version of the Bible, which predates our version of the Bible. 1 Corinthians 6:9, the word is arsenokotites. Let's see.
And what's that mean again, baby? What's that
It
mean
means
again?
kid fucker.
Oof, that's rough. Hey, check out this emote I got in the chat. Ooh,
What is that exactly?
I can't really make it out myself.
Oh, look at that beautiful emote.
Yeah, what is
That-
that, Stu?
That is a red.
Oh, it's a feather.
Yes, it's an eagle feather.
Fuck
It's
yeah.
a red and black tipped eagle feather.
Yes.
All
very
right.
nice.
Cool.
Taz, that's me paying it forward. Taz sent me a birthday thing, so
Oh, that's
pay it
lovely.
forward.
Yeah, I have my birthday month is last month. I don't tell people when my birthday is other than the month. I'm an October
Mine
birthday.
was last month as well, buddy.
October birthdays for the win.
Yeah, I'm in the Scorpio section. Are you the Libra or the Scorpio section?
I'm in the one of those two sections.
Let me know in private chat. I'm a cusper myself. I'm right on the cusp date. So
Ooh, curls, thank you.
There you go.
Wow.
Sent in DM.
let me pull this up on.
We're still
chat.
doing this.
Libra.
Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
sadly, curls, they only allow certain sizes for the emotes.
Libras and Scorpios are pretty cool.
And that's the best I can manage to get.
Well, what am I missing?
Don't blame me, blame Twitch.
Do you really think that this is the place that you're going to have a biblical conversation and somehow, like, do you think
You're just copy and pasting, and you're looking for your own like one translation in 1,000, man. I mean, I've seen the theological opinions, and it largely the consensus is that it's talking about young men
No.
specifically, and it's a reference to the practice of man-boy love.
like, I mean, you've got people, like multiple people who understand the scripture better than you do, telling you they understand the scripture better than you do. And yet you're still arguing on an anarchist leftist stream and talking to a gay man about this. What progress do you think you're going to make? Do you think you're going to swing chat into your direction of belief? Do you think you're going to convert me? Do you think tomorrow?
I guarantee you they do.
I mean,
Look, I took this course at Wesleyan University of Biblical Theology, which is like a super conservative priest training school, basically, and they're matching our consensus that it's referring to pedophilia, and some kid fuckers changed it in the past.
yeah,
So-
Boss Hog, I am. I'm an ordained minister since Jesus fuck me, quite a while.
I just did it 2 years ago, man. I just like found out when I was in prison. There was like 10 guys in there that got their universal life ministry ordainment while they were in prison. I was like, oh, you can do that? I did it like the first day I got out, basically.
I mean, there's multiple PhD theologians that disagree with you, Paint. Like you're just using the reprinted versions of shitty translations, and you're not going to any theological sources. There are people who understand this far better than you ever could, and they've weighed in on this mistranslation issue. People with actual degrees in theology.
Well, let's not even get theology. Let's get to morality here. And it seems like you're painting the idea that somehow homosexuality is worse in a biblical sense than pedophilia, which to me negates any sort of moral superiority that the Christian religion would have in the first place. You down with fucking kids, dude. That's the problem with these freaks, dude. They all like fucking kids, and they'll do whatever they can do to,
So,
make it
wait.
seem like it's cool.
So since it's a moral issue, since your sexuality is a moral issue, Paint, is what you're telling chat right now by having this conversation, is what you're telling us that if the Bible didn't forbid it, what you'd really rather be doing is fucking dudes? Is that what you're telling me? That it's you know, it's off the table because it's bad in the Bible, right? But if it weren't in the Bible, might you be smoking some pole? Just saying. Seems to be that way. Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
Oof. Hit him with it.
Oh God, I love this.
You're trying to have
I know these types. I know them. I know
Jesus makes the rules for me, you idiot. Jesus didn't write Leviticus. I mean, Jesus had nothing to do with Leviticus. In fact,
Jesus take the wheel.
In fact, if you follow much of the scripture, by being crucified, Jesus absolved us of all of our sins and future sins. So it effectively nullifies by biblical law the Old Testament.
And you'd basically be doing Jesus's death and his whole sacrifice a disservice by not sucking like 100 dicks a day.
I know, right? You
and
got to
really
make it worth.
making the most of the forgiveness.
Yeah, you got to make the most of it. This dude fucking hung on a cross for you. And what are you doing? You're not doing anything. Come on. Dude, you're so far out of your depth that I'm not sure you know which way is up and which way is down at this point.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't Jesus say he didn't come here for the saved people? He came for the people that weren't saved?
Yeah.
Or that didn't know his Father?
Yeah, Jesus.
Yeah, dude.
Jesus didn't like those people.
Yeah.
Jesus is here for the drug addicts and the prostitutes, son. He ain't here to fool with you. He's here to fool with me. Okay?
I mean...
And I hate to tell y'all, Jesus came to me in a dream. This is true. And he told me that we should actually be fucking more, even if you're naturally heterosexual, you should have sex with the same sex.
100%.
As much as you can. He told me that.
I took his confession. Curio came and I counseled him after that dream, and I can vouch for the veracity of that dream. It was a true biblical revelatory experience.
And I told the church about it, and it's just a matter of time before they get back to me and rewrite, a new part of the Bible. Chuck that on in there. Bible Part 2.
That's what we're calling it, Bible Part 2. Yeah. Bobbing for God. Love it, me, Trey.
Wasn't it Mary Magdalene?
The prostitute.
Who was the prostitute?
Yeah.
I think also that is debatable whether or not she was a prostitute. Seems like that was an element to the story that was added later on as well.
I think, quite frankly, she probably got a little too close to Jesus, and some of those homophobic nut jobs got jealous, and they wrote in their own portion, calling her a whore and shit.
Yeah.
Now, to take in consideration at that time period, the Romans who ruled Jerusalem area at the time were full on into gay stuff.
They were the ones banging boys, man. That was the whole reason for the boy banging bullshit, man. That was like a whole thing with the Romans. They like to get a little 9-year-old Saturnalia, They drink some wine laced with like nightshade. They get real fucked up. They just in the streets be sucking little boys off, dude. It was wild.
Exactly, Lestar. It smacks of traditional patriarchal control system bullshit that, of course, Mary probably got closer to Jesus than anybody else, and fucking the dudes are jealous, so now she's a whore.
Yeah. I understand that Mary Magdalene wrote her own scripture from what the teachings of Jesus was.
There is a secondary account. There's a Gospel of Mary Magdalene that is written by someone who Mary supposedly told the story to. And even that being said, in the canon gospel, just like one of those things that kind of gets passed by, Jesus didn't just travel with his 12 disciples. He had a whole crew that was following him around, including a bunch of women who cooked and did all that shit. And one of them was his mother, Mary, a couple of his sisters, and then also Mary of Magdala. Like the place she came from was Magdala, or Magdalene or something like that. But yeah, she was just like a broad that was following him around, and probably he snuck off and banged her a couple times. Peter, who was like super queer for Jesus, got jealous as fuck. And then he's like, you know what? I'm going to deny this bitch 3 times before the rooster crows. And then I'm going to write that she was a hoe. These were human beings. They did shit like that.
There we go. There we go. We just did one of those. We just did a fuck two. I don't do predictions. Night. I don't do predictions. Night. It's not my deal. If you want somebody else to be like, you know, yeah, Biden's gonna win, or yeah, Trump's gonna win, I'm not that guy. I'm an anarchist. Fuck them both. I don't know who's gonna win. Wait until see the election's over, and then we go. That is well, okay. So yeah, Curio and I have riffed on the whole Judas thing before. Not jilted. Curio, you wanna do what Judas actually was?
So there's a whole gospel that gives insight into this that is at the same time frame, if not earlier, written than the 4 main gospels, and that's the Gospel of Judas Iscariot. And it basically paints the picture that Judas was Jesus's actual best friend. He was the one referred to in those passages by the one Jesus adored the most and all that shit. The Da Vinci Code stuff that pointed to Mary Magdalene, as true as some of that might have been, mostly they were referring to Jesus. That was his confidant. And he gave a revelation to Judas. And part of that revelation that was essentially Jesus's sacrifice in Gnostic Christianity is looked at as a huge pagan ritual in which he becomes the ultimate pagan sacrifice for the, sins of all mankind. And part of that was that part of that ritual was that it had to be his closest friend to make the sacrifice. Like somebody on earth had to sacrifice the best thing in their life, which also happened to be the Son of God. So he took Judas, said, you need to do this for me. And Judas did it. And he did it begrudgingly and killed himself afterward. So
yeah. there's Curio and I both agree on that point. Like there's the take. Judas was actually just a misunderstood best friend who he made the tough call. He did the roughest job outside of literally being nailed on a cross.
Thank you, Real Roy 94, for following. How's it going?
I just got done stretching, fucking Chris. Ghost of Corey Haim. There we go.
He loves to do the redemptions at the most inconvenient times.
Love it. Yeah, we got. I think I don't know what we're gonna hit, but I think we hit up 53 concurrent at one point.
I saw, man. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. I had your stream up like right before I was gonna come on. I was like, damn, he's had upwards of 50 people at some points.
Yeah.
Hey, dude, it beats the fuck out of Podbean, don't it?
Oh, it was so lonely. I mean, at least all you other guys had like, the sort of show that was so lonely being the fucking anarchist on Podbean.
I wish that I don't know how I missed what your show was about and who you were at the small time frame we were both on there. But, I think all the people that were worth linking up with made it over to this side, so.
See you, Ben.
Yep. Catch you later, Ven. So it was Jesus.
Love you, Van.
And it cues the stream elements. I'm gonna have to. No, Judas wasn't that.
What is up with stream elements nowadays? Anyways, what the fuck is this shit?
Okay, no, that's me. If you,
He's got some links for when people use certain terminology.
Yeah. Like if you call somebody a cuck, it cues up the Psychology Today article by a psychologist fully credentialed who talks about the conservative obsession with cuckoldry. If you call snowflake, call somebody a snowflake, it cues up the history behind why we call people snowflake and how it's actually tied to what's the movie? Edward Norton, Brad Pitt, Fight Club. There we go.
Older. I like that idea. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's too many people watching. Play another native video.
I shed I shed 10 people like that by playing Mark Charles's fucking announcement video, a Native American candidate who's definitely left leaning, and like, yeah, like it cleaned out some of the chuddery immediately. It was amazing. Like we just were like, and they're gone. Like fucking racist fucks. It was special. Jesus Christ.
You really want to get them? Pull up indigenous or native two-spirited.
Toss me the link.
Yeah, pull that up for them.
Hang on, let me get this.
Look, if they can bring up their fucking Christian values in relation to this shit, why shouldn't we bring these things up?
Exactly.
Oh,
Right?
this will be funny. All right, Dr. Witnesser. Who the fuck is this person? Esports missionary, Christian Twitch streamer. Oh God.
Oh,
Yeah. He tells people about Jesus in Fortnite. Imagine playing fucking Fortnite and there's some dude yelling at you about Jesus.
You know what it is, right? It's Paint decided that they were losing the battle, so they had to call in backup.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, there's no fucking way. Paint is so far out of his depth. Or their depth, no point to needlessly gender. But I mean, Paint is so far out of their depth on this channel. You literally proved nothing. You used the King James Bible and the the New American translations, which suffer from the same problem numerous times. I mean, you literally proved nothing.
Yeah, so basically what they did was they realized that they were losing, so they had to call in backup.
Yeah.
All I heard was that he likes to bang kids. That's the only thing I got out of that.
Yeah, so that's the basic normal pattern for Christianity is if they're losing a battle, they have to call back up because they cannot lose the battle. We all must be saved by their form and idea of Jesus Christ and worship.
Sue, have you ever read Return of the Bird Tribes?
No, I haven't yet.
It is a very interesting, like meta spiritual kind of new age look at some of the. It's like it makes some predictions like that kind of go along with where I think it came out in the late '80s, but it's based off of northeastern tribes and like the Mohicans and shit like that, and some sort of like legend about angels, bird people, and it's an interesting read. I don't know most of the mythology that goes along with it, so I only understood so much, but it was interesting.
Real John Doe, yes, you hear Sue.
Yes, John Doe, I'm here, buddy. I'm here, nephew. You hear me? I'm alive.
Is he actually your nephew, or is this just?
No, he just calls me uncle out of respect.
All right.
So I call him nephew.
Yeah, I was wondering if it was an honorific term or not.
I don't say mythology disrespectful, saying that it's necessarily for sure a myth. That's just general terminology. If that's where you're about to go with that.
Here,
I'm an anarchist proper, Daniel. The economics conversation is a separate conversation to be had. The anarchist conversation is separated out from the economics. I would argue for a form of syndicalism as a half step on the way to something more egalitarian, equitable, and equal in nature. But I use anarchism as a bolt-on module and a lens of analysis for how I approach a variety of problem-solving techniques. Anarchism collapsing down of hierarchical power structures into a hierarchy and a philosophical challenging of power and authority mechanisms. So fundamentally, do I want a centrally controlled economy? Not necessarily, but that's a conversation that we don't get to have today, really, because as I usually point out to many people, even if we talked end stage politics, you can't get there from here. You have to change trains at multiple train stations along the way. And so what we have to talk is forms of incrementalism, which I refer to as a Thucydian method. And so you have to start talking about, okay, so what can we do to modify this system to make it more amicable to future changes that will be more fundamental in nature? And syndicalism is the first place to step towards, at least in my opinion. Now, there are some people who have valid arguments against syndicalism, that sort of thing. But that's what I bring to it. And if you want to type exclamation ANSYN, ANSYN, in chat, you can find an essay I wrote on anarcho-syndicalism called Anarcho-Syndicalism 101 that can sort of talk you through the scale and scope issues, federation, how that sort of works. There you go.
So if you scroll up a bit, Kai, you'll see the link that I posted for it.
Okay. Gotcha.
And Curls, thank you for your friendship ad. I accepted it, and I also followed you.
All right. God damn, another 9-minute video.
I know, this is exactly why I do it.
So this
I play anything from 9 minutes to like 4-hour videos.
So this should take only about 45 minutes to get through. It's about what I average on a 9-minute video.
No problem, Chris.
Are you still talking, Paint? Haven't you just taken your ass chapping to go yet? Like, just tuck the tail and keep on moving, bro.
Oh no, they can't give up, remember? They're saving our souls. It is their duty. They have to do it.
Oh, Mitre, you motherfucker.
What me too?
He timed out stream elements. Which kills all of the commands.
Oh my god.
Oh, finally. Aww.
You gave him mod power for one day.
There you go. Whoever wanted the link to the anarcho-syndicalism, I don't know who asked that. I'm sorry. Don't know. Sorry, whoever asked for the link, it's in chat. Let's see. What do we got? Is there anything that I need to pay attention to? Let's see. Yeah, bye, Paint. Oh, it was AVD. That was it. It was because it wasn't, the name didn't stand out. But AVD, you're welcome. Islam is a higher form of Christianity. Well, it's definitely the third book in the trilogy. But, you know, as for a higher form, but, you know, what do you think of the cycle of order and anarchy, and how can we break? Yeah, part 3. Yeah, it's the Abrahamic tale, part 3. You know, this is the brand, right? Like economics, politics, religion, whatever gets people all riled up. I sort of lean into that shit. It's like, no, we don't talk about that. No, motherfucker, we're talking about it. The realm of the circumcision. Oh.
The election seems to be tilting towards Trump. How long does it take for the last states to declare?
Oh, we're 24 hours to 72 hours away from declaration, and even then, that's ignoring court challenges. So, strap in. We ain't done yet. You think the American-dominated news cycle is surrendering yet? Europeans, fuck you. We ain't done yet. And as soon as this election is done, we're gonna start talking about the next election. Fucking ridiculous. US and A.
Excuse me.
Yeah, could I share that to my brother, and his dumbass would understand any of it? No, Christina, he wouldn't. I have understanding from what the conversations you and I have had over the ages now. I don't think your brother would. He'd see words in there that would just shut him down. He'd firewall at the mere existence of those words.
All right, Dr. Crypto, you have yourself a good night.
Dr.
Sleep well.
Dr. Crypto. Yep, I shall see you again some other time.
I actually have to be taken off myself, man. I got court again this morning.
Oh shit.
Oh, you got on it?
It should be good this time. I just have, they gave me an appearance as a show cause, and everything's been taken care of. So I just got to kind of show up. But
All right. Well,
should be all good. But I appreciate you letting me stop by, and I'll talk to you again tomorrow or sometime soon, I'm sure.
yeah, we need to write the New Testament part 2.
Yes. Well, don't worry. I've been getting revelation after revelation, bro.
Fuck yeah. Fucking
And Sue, always a pleasure, my friend.
So
You guys take it easy.
Okay. Prophet Curio, everyone, go follow the Prophet Curio at the Obscure Curio.
He's an awesome brother. He's totally cool.
Let's see. What do we? Hang on, I'm seeing shit here. Something platinum hierarchies. Okay. So Kai, can you explain what anarchism is? Watch this! Exclamation, anarchism in chat. So I don't have to do the pitch. Dude, there's a reason that is so tight. Is because I've done it probably approaching 1,000 times.
Yeah.
Like legitimately. The amount of times that, yeah, Book of Mormon Part 4. Exactly, Optimus Falafel. Love the name, by the way. Yeah, there's a reason it's tight. I've had to do that pitch 1,000 fucking times. Just don't break anarchism what you do. Just whatever you do. It's predated me. It will post-date me. If I can, yes, Stream Elements even. If I can hope to leave even a modicum of impact. Okay, so if anybody's wondering what my goal is as an anarchist, my actual goal as an anarchist is to be the representative of anarchism, the approachable anarchist, right? Because people have this vision in their mind's eye because modern media has given it to them. Society and culture has given it to them of what an anarchist is. Very much in the same way that Sue deals with, this is what a Native American actually is. He tries to be representation for it. That's what I do, is I try and be representation for anarchism. It's why we're more tolerant around these parts of authoritarian and right-wing ideologies. That way, because if I just ostracize them outright, we wouldn't be able to engage in that dialectic.
Actually, it's not personal power. Educating people does not equal personal power.
Yeah, that's a misinterpretation, and probably a bad faith misinterpretation. Keep an eye on that. Hey, it's Jack. I'm an anarchist. Why would I lie about that? Wait, green. What's going on back here? Don't know. Anyway, there's plenty of approachable anarchists, but the more the merrier. We need all the good optics we can get. Either they rely on academia and theory too much, and they're not willing to get in the muck and talk brass tacks, with the fucks and the shits and the misgenders and the homophobic, transphobic. This is the thing, this is what I do bring to the table for that, is I'm willing to get down in the mud and fucking roll around in it for that purpose. Because if you can grab somebody by the hand and walk out of the mud puddle with them, then all the merrier, as you said.
It's not okay. Wait a minute. Hold on, Zach. Listen. It's not about people wanting people to like us. It's got nothing to do with it. The message is very clear. That's the most important part that you're misunderstanding and not getting. It's about the message, which is why you hear Kai all the time talking about how he doesn't want your money. Go give it to somebody, some homeless person on the street corner. Because it's not about him gaining favor or power or popularity. It's about the message.
This is my form of praxis. This is my form of building a mutual aid network. This is my form of engaging in theory. After studying theory, you have to put it into action. And then you reflect on the action that you've taken. And then you move back into theory. And then you move back into action. And then you reflect once again. This is my form of praxis. And engaging with individuals such as yourself and many others. My favorite example is I Am Homelander. He's my favorite centralist authoritarian. He's a channel regular. I love him to death. Hey, Corey. How a local worker-based owned company would work. Co-ops, first let's iterate. Co-ops make up 30% of the global economy. So you don't have to go far to understand how they work. It's a shame that you haven't been exposed to them to any greater degree. Daniel, are you in the US or where are you based? Not trying to dox you, just trying to understand what your global or national or world perspective might be, where it might be positioned. So I could point you in the direction of an actual company that operates that way. EU. Okay. So do you understand, you have to be familiar with Mondragon then. I mean, it's a 25 billion euro co-op. They've strayed away from the traditionalist format, but they most definitely are a prime example of how you can run a multinational billion euro enterprise as a cooperative. So a local co-op, Taz, you can always link them to my Cash App. Fair enough. Sorry, my mod cat has priority on the Cash App list, Taz. But I will keep that in mind. Spread it around. Homelander is hot. Yeah, different Homelander green gauges. Yeah, and I'm sorry, Daniel, but okay. That's nothing about co-ops. All right, so generally there's two different ways. There's either the redemocratization of the workplace method or there's consensus decision making. And so, okay, so how would they seek investments, for example? Through all of the other ways that anybody else would, right? Just because you're a cooperative doesn't mean you're somehow not interacting or interfacing with a capitalistic system. Now, if that cooperative works inside a non-capitalistic model or a sort of, say, like non-market socialism, that sort of thing, it's a different format. But how it interfaces with capitalism is exactly the same. So they would seek investment the same way any other group would seek investment. They could utilize a primary individual within the group. They could utilize the resources of the group, seek capital. They could utilize the group itself and any pooled assets or capital leniency they could get from a financier. Therein, what changes is the decision-making and the profit-breaking. Right. So the difference in a cooperative is that the workers take on the responsibility, but they also take on the profit at large. Cooperatives generally have on average 5-year lifespan as far as startup survival goes, whereas non-cooperatives or singular owner or group ownership has a 3-year window. They tend to surf through market downturns better because they tend to vote to lower the group income rate as opposed to mass layoffs. So essentially what it ends up being is the primary difference is that any decisions that would directly impact the company as a whole or the operations as a whole have to run the gamut of the employees or those that have the greatest investment in the survival and practice and day-to-day practices of the company itself. And so it's generally referred to as a democratization or a redemocratization of the workplace. Now, you could use direct democracy, and many co-ops do, but you can also use consensus decision-making, which is something I encourage you to look into if you're unfamiliar. And I'm not just speaking to AVD at this point. I'm speaking to everybody. If you're not familiar with how consensus decision-making works, it's definitely something that the sort of Western, modern, democratic mind, molded mind is completely unfamiliar with. It's near unfathomable. Hey, thank you for the follow green gauges. It's near unfathomable for most people to conceptualize a model of group decision making in which everybody has a veto. Most people immediately go to, how the fuck do you get anything done? How does anything get produced? Well, it's actually a highly productive form of decision making. And so it's just like I tackle scope and scale in the Anarcho-Syndicalism 101 from the point of view that most people don't understand how this stuff works because they've literally never seen it in action. Consensus decision-making is one of those as well. And I encourage people to look into it. It's not a universal model. It's not a panacea, but it definitely works in the situations such as locally owned cooperative businesses.
So, Zax, what you're looking at here is basically a reality. Indigenous people on this side of the world, for generations before any non-Indigenous person ever stepped foot here, had a group mentality in the sense of a direct democracy as a legitimate form of government. And it worked perfectly fine. So, yeah.
I mean, just because your imperialized, dominated, propagandized brain can't wrap its head around it doesn't mean it doesn't work. I mean, this is the argument I always use. Hey, the Iroquois Confederation. Yes, that's the one I always throw in people's faces. Federated group of states, the Iroquois League, we stole that from them. Like, straight up.
Yep.
I always like to tell people that there was a moment in time where the majority of people on this planet didn't think it was possible to touch the moon. And then we did it because we wanted to do it. It's that simple. It's as far as things go with humankind, I'm actually really this sort of dualistic optimist and pessimist. I don't have any faith in us as a species, but when it comes to anything we put our collective minds and willpower into, I don't believe there's anything that we can't achieve. It's just a matter of we don't want to achieve it. And the moon is my perfect example of that. For millennia upon millennia, people are like, well, that's out of our reach. It was out of our reach when the space program started. And we just did it. We're like, fuck it. Get the brightest minds in the room together and make this shit happen. And we made it happen. The same goes for things like worker-owned cooperatives and anarchistic collectives. It's just a matter of willpower and vision, or shall I say lack of vision.
See, now on as well, most of exactly what Kai just sit there and said came from Indigenous people and our way of life, how we did things. The base of it and the foundation and principles all came from this, which has been successful for generations and millenniums, way before Christopher Columbus got lost at sea and washed up on the shores, or the Spanish came by, or the Vikings. So, I mean, if we can manage it for all those generations, how is it that it didn't work? The only thing that didn't work was us Indigenous people trying to be more, how do I put it, more open-minded to...
Y'all should have stabbed the first motherfucker that set foot on this continent.
You know, the thought process has been stated.
Yeah.
Same thing with Thanksgiving. You know, we should have just let the pilgrims starve, and that would have been the end of the problem.
Yeah. Like, that's because they were kind and open-minded and open-armed, and the majority of them received us well. Well, that was their undoing. It let us get a foothold.
The worst guest we've ever let into our house.
Yeah, basically. Chris, can you re-ask that question? Seeing as you're saying it's a question, can you like reform that a little bit for me? And totally get after it. Thank you. Please and thank you.
Meat trade, no, it did work, and we did protect our lands. The only problem was, well, we're going to get into, the extinction, almost extinction of the buffalo, the disease-ridden blankets,
Smallpox.
smallpox.
It served us
Yeah.
well. Those smallpox blankets did their job. I have a book by a Princeton professor who got a lot of shit for writing it, but basically it accounts using manufacturers' receipts and army receipts from way back in the day. Dating back to British Army sort of territory, the development of firearms in North America and America at large. And it sort of, he talks about the history of how firearms didn't win America. That there's this sort of, this theory, this Hollywood perception, this Hollywood image that has been given unto gun owners of America, that like guns tamed the West, and guns are what settled this continent. And and in fact, he goes into great detail about how we burned most of the Indians alive.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we didn't shoot most of the native population. Guns were super expensive. Ammunition and dry powder was super rare and expensive. You have to understand this. A firearm is not the thing that all of the settlers are going to carry. It's the sort of thing that you get passed down. It's super, super fucking expensive back in that day to own a firearm. The kind of expense that militaries took up. So what they did is they'd, get 1 or 2 or 3 guys in and around the native village, and they'd simultaneously light fires, and anybody who ran out, they'd shoot. But they hoped to use the fire as the primary weapon because it was cheaper. Like, this was a common tactic that they utilized. And, I mean, it's, just one of the ugly truths.
So, no. The venereal diseases like syphilis and stuff was already going on in like Europe way before.
Yeah, we brought it to them, if I recall the order of operations correctly on that one.
What do you mean by individual rights? Your wife is the one who has individual rights.
The first recorded outbreak of syphilis in Europe occurred in 1494. We brought it to the New World.
Yeah. Unfortunately,
Dr. Cryptox,
a lot of history, or the so-called history, is written wrong to completely give you the wrong impression and basically make you hate indigenous people for nothing.
Yeah, STD's been going strong since. Let's see. A lot of royals back in the day used to be syphilitic. Yes, it was a royal disease for quite some time. Where do individual rights land in the system you're promoting? Individual rights are the foundation of it. Anarchistic systems utilize individualistic rights as their literal foundational technology. That's what direct democracy and consensus decision making is about. It's about that singular microcosmic unit of the individual interacting in a good faith fashion with a larger macro systemic unit, society. And so where is there room for, where do individualistic rights land? They're literally the cornerstone of any anarchistic system.
Yeah.
This is what I talk about. People do not understand this stuff. You might as well be talking to Sue here about native cultures and, tribal traditions at this point, when a, standard capitalist, grown up in a Western society starts talking to an anarchist. Like, there's just, you haven't experienced it. And so, you know, you just have to talk to somebody who has. It's about the only way you're going to get that lesson.
Yep, that is true.
Go visit an anarcho co-op coffee shop. There's tons of them. If you're in and around North Carolina, I can recommend Firestorm Co-op as a bookstore and an event space. They're an anarchistic co-op as well.
You say this and then say direct democracy. The minority never wins in that situation. So what you're saying is that we should allow a minority, which is the 1% of the population who happens to be rich, and big corporates to win because they're in the minority, and therefore completely destroy our planet and us along with it, because it's more important that wins than everybody as the people as whole who actually want to live and live for a very long time on this planet.
There you go. Because direct democracy is the most common form, Z-axis. But as I explicitly stated numerous times, what you should be looking to is consensus decision making. In that situation, the minority is never counted out. A single unit has a veto vote within a full consensus decision making setup. And again, you're not going to be able to conceptualize what it looks like unless you experience a consensus decision-making committee or group of some kind.
Well, Zaxxas, in the same token,
No.
Cops,
That's that's some racist dog whistle shit that just happened there.
Yeah, because you have like tons of cops who commit murder every day and don't face any time or punishment. So I don't understand your philosophy or mind thinking.
Is global warming real shit, says Panda. One, I hate that terminology because it allows for wiggle room on the other side. This is the reason that any scientifically minded individual is going to the terminology they're going to use is anthropogenic climate change. Okay, this is how they're going to state the situation. I don't know death grips. So ultimately, if you are asking, does anthropogenic climate change exist? Of course it does. Of course it does. The IPCC document on this tabulates and collates hundreds of people with thousands of years of academic experience. Lustar, that's a good point. I should probably do that. Somebody who has access to my Discord and has access to the Requests and Ideas channel, please put what Lustar just put into chat in there for me, please. And thank you. That would be super useful.
Mods.
Yeah. Joe, Jesus Christ, Joe.
So what I'm looking at here too is, okay, when you talk about climate change, let's take a realistic look for a moment. Okay, we have North and South Pole that is literally, welcome Cost 21, is literally melting. Due to all the bullshit that we're allowing to be put into the planet. The weather changes and everything else that we're experiencing, the extreme storms. But I mean, no, there's no such thing as that, right? That's just a figment of our imagination.
All right. So, thank you, Lustar. No, new joins do not have access to the Requests and Ideas section. For sanity of maintenance, given that I deal with a lot of chuds. Let's just put it that way.
If that was the case, paint would have been able to get in there and put in
Yeah.
their Christianity bullshit as a as an idea for it.
Here's an idea. Repent! Repent!
Yeah. I just love that though. It makes me laugh because it's like they spend most of their week out there committing sins. And then every Sunday they're in the church repenting their sins. But they do not actually do anything to change it. They just keep at it. Like, even though
Way to be slow on the take, Christina. Thank you. Yeah. now they're doing it. Anyway, sorry. Of your kind. You know what? Gloves off, mods, do what you want to do.
who said of your kind?
Who else?
Oh.
Yeah, we're afraid to hear the opposition, even though we've platformed you multiple times. Like,
Bounce.
Where's
that hammer?
answered your question in, hey, they are individuals, Z-axis. Remember about individual rights? Remember that whole talking point about how in anarchism the finest individual, the finest unit is individualism? Like, are you telling me that I should be authoritarian and control my chat more? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, mob mentality now. So if it's you doing the mob mentality, that's acceptable.
Oh, he's
everyone
gone.
else-
Mitre's gonna deal with this. Yeah, the left is mean. Fifi's got hurt.
Because you made yourself that. You came in and made an enemy out of yourself. You didn't come in good faith. You didn't come as a friend. You didn't come as someone trying to become a friend. You came as an enemy. It's all the things that you said after that question. Your whole interaction with everybody here has put you to that. Because that's
I don't
how you
know.
did it.
Just saying something like, imagine writing an essay full of desperate insults. There's no desperate insults in that. There's no, the minority of people who commit bad faith argument after bad faith argument. I'm done. And other than being done with that person, you know what? I've had enough ableism bullshit targeted towards my physique tonight. So somewhat Schmidt, you can defend what you said as some sort of I'm misinterpreting it, or you can just be banned. I'm way past dealing with this shit.
Here. Mods, do your job.
Like that's, yeah, like that. You mods, you don't even have to deal with it. Yep, bye. Halo with a big ass fucking number. It has been an interesting stream.
Oh yes, always interesting. And I'm glad I got to catch it and be a part of it.
Dude, you're like, yeah, you're permanently intertwined into this one.
Yeah.
The something spirits joined. I don't know. It's been a long stream. Something clever here. Let's see. No. All right. So we have passed the 4 fucking hour mark. Interesting is an understatement. I'm glad I came by. Yes, Satan Panda 666. If I didn't express it, I think I did when you first came in. I love your fucking name. It's great. Um was that a okay? Chris, I should just refer you, like, even when I know names, like I should just Ghost of Corey Haim. Say we were starving and I kill the animal or or farm the vegetable. Who would you give the first bite to? And I'm also of the thought that any politics one involved in shouldn't be past deciding one who's picking the paint in the town square. If we were starving, the first bite usually isn't the hunter, right? This is sort of a traditionalist sort of thing. But I mean, in that moment, it's not really about who gets the first bite. It's about how fast can we get this food prepared for all of us. Like, even if that's just chopping out a raw heart and divvying up the pieces, you know, that's more of a, you know, a group mechanic sort of situation.
To be honest, usually the hunter in indigenous way of life, the hunter is the last to eat because he's feeding everyone in his community.
Yeah. So, you know. Oh, Lord. Oh, I know what it is. That's why I'm asking. Okay, fair enough. It was a rhetorical device. I can respect that. Yeah, there's a cooldown on the command, Mitre. It takes 30 seconds for it to reset the command for a single user. Just a heads up for future reference. Thank you, Satan Panda 666. It's gonna make me smile and giggle every fucking time I ever see your name. So you're more than welcome to come by. Capitalism should be dead. God help us. In our lifetimes, your lips to God's ears. And hopefully it's a God that actually gives a shit about humanity. Yeah.
Hey, Tainted.
Trained dumbass. Sup, brothers and sisters. Yeah. And yeah, Lustar, from each according to one's ability to each according to one's need, which, might I point out, yeah, exactly, Lustar. So not Paint's God? No. I would much prefer Sue's God. Sue and I have a closer understanding of God. You know, there's some difference in the verbiage, but we're closer to the same page than Paint and I are.
This is true.
Fuck. What was I gonna fucking? Oh, yeah. I was gonna say families. When you have a functional family unit, families are communist. Hey, thank you for the follow, Trained. Families are communist. All right, so this is a hot take that pisses people off, right? You want to piss off some conservatives? Tell them Jesus is a commie, and tell them families are communist, right? From each according to their ability to each according to their need. You won't ask your 5-year-old to do your taxes, right? But you may ask your 5-year-old to clean up their toys. From each according to their ability.
Yep.
To each according to their need. Okay, what does that child need? That child needs food, clothing, education, a house, a roof over their head, and you'll provide that to each according to their need. Families are communist. And so you want to piss off some conservatives. There you go. There's your takeaway from Kai tonight. Call Jesus a commie and call families communist. You'll get a rise out of them real fast.
And in a sense, the way the Bible portrays Jesus, it is exactly identical to communism.
He's not a big fan of class structure. He's not a big fan of any of that sort of stuff. Let's see. Oh, what do we got?
I have kids. trained. I have kids. I have kids and I have grandkids.
Um, cool. Some people are good at cooking food, Italian. Some people are good at eating food, USAA. I just love it. Functional family unit wouldn't know it. I wouldn't know, says Lost Star. I'm sorry. I mean, I hate my stepdad, but I mean, he's just a douchebag.
Uh,
Like, I have a loving mother, and generally, I've stable family unit.
I'm sorry, I have to cut in for a second here. Zaxis.
Oh Jesus.
Okay, here we go.
Good.
I
Have
grew
fun.
up
I'm gonna
being
take.
abused.
I'm gonna take a little bit of a walk. You have fun with this one. And mods, if he gives him too much shit, do what you want to do.
You heard it, mods. So let's put it to the reality check here. Okay. I was stolen at 3 months old, sold to a non indigenous family that raped me, beat me, tortured me, did all kinds of fucking horrendous shit to me. Okay. All because they needed to get the Indian out of the child. The Indian must die. He must be killed by any means necessary. But Indian, yeah, as in Native, not East Indian, but Native American. So, yeah, is an abusive relationship, not a demonstrative of an example of communism. Exactly. So, if I was back home with my mom, then because of out of my love and respect for my mother, I will respect what she says. And I still do, even and my sisters, if I have any, my brothers, my aunties, my uncles, my grandma and grandpa, I respect them because they're older than me and wiser than me. It has nothing to do with tyranny. Learning loyalty and how a family works, how that family hoop works, sacred circle works. Yeah, exactly, Star. Yes.
Yeah. Teach him a little something, maybe.
Hopefully.
That's the hope, right?
Yeah. And Ghost, yeah, older doesn't always equal to wiser. But when I have people in my family, my real blood family, what happens when you're a child, don't respect the attitudes and decisions of parents?
Well,
We've had that. We have that all the time.
but I mean,
And
you don't beat
a
the
lot of the
kid.
time,
You teach the kid.
yeah, you don't beat them, you teach them.
Right?
My grandpa will let me run wild and do all kinds of stupid shit, and then later ask me, "So what did you learn?"
Right? Like it's why we have like it's a teaching moment sort of terminology.
Exactly.
No, lone wolf. No, 100% no. 100% no. Are parental figures due respect due to their status as a parental figure? No. Just because you cranked one out into somebody and you two decided to, pop out a kid doesn't mean you have automatic respect. You earn that respect the same way any other human being earns that respect. Dude, you treat that kid like shit. Why should that kid have respect for you? Just because you're a fucking parent. That's nonsense.
My blood dad doesn't want anything to do with me because I'm a dirty, filthy, rotten Indian.
So,
I have no respect for him. I have respect for his brothers, my uncles, who actually take the time out and spend time with me and talk with me and actually take an interest in my life.
yeah, it takes more to be a fucking, an actual parent than just cranking one out.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Exactly, Star. Exactly. Screw him. He's missing out. Yeah, and I have people even here on Twitch that I consider to be like extended family, a part of my own family. So family can be anything you really make it.
Yeah, you know, Neely, it's an anarchist channel. I mean, thanks for the update, right? Not to be snarky. Thanks for the update. But, you know.
So far he managed to survive so far.
Oh, Mitre wants to know if he can call you uncle.
Yes. Yes, you can call me uncle.
I mean, theoretically, the numbers line up, but you're closer to a brother age for me than you are an uncle age for me. So I'm just gonna go with the classic brothers and sisters sort of situation for you.
That works. That's acceptable.
Let's see.
What the heck is that?
The Minoans. The Minoans. They're an ancient race of peoples that predate most civilizations, quite frankly.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't learn about them yet, so sorry.
Yeah. Handholder.
If you said Mayans, I might have been able to comment on that. Or Aztecs.
I left home on my 18th birthday and haven't talked to my parents in 12 years. Zero regrets. Handholder. More power to you. That's a decision. Like you can,
Yeah.
that's a fucking decision. I respect that shit. Like you made your mind up and you fucking held to it.
Oh.
I love it.
Yeah, I know about the Samoans, Green.
Yeah, I respect the shit out of that. Yeah, Samoans.
Oh, you mean the people over in like
Oops.
in Hawaii and stuff like that,
No,
right?
no. Samoans and Minoans are two entirely different groups of people. The Minoans you find around 3000 BC.
Okay.
Yeah, to like something like 1100 BC. Yeah. So they're basically over by Greece. Right? It's that part of the world.
Okay.
Like Crete and in and around the Aegean Sea. Yeah. And that is the extent of my Minoan history off the top of my head.
Yeah, no, I get that. But he also asked me if I understood what Samoan, so I was wondering if if they were referencing the same things, being that I never heard of the Minoans until today. Oh, okay. A Minotaur and Labyrinth comes from. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, okay.
I'm recalling more.
See, I don't know everything, guys. I don't know everything. I'm learning on this planet just like the rest of you. We're all learning until the day we die.
An anarchist channel that welcomely adopts authoritarians and right wingers, you want to call an echo chamber. So more power to you.
I don't see us as being an echo chamber at all.
I don't even should I read the rest of I literally have just looked away. It's not enforced. That's the point, Z-axis. What part of voluntary system do you not get? It's literally not enforced. It's finding a way to mutually benefit one another and to adhere to it under those grounds. It's not a negative reinforcement methodology. It's positive reinforcement. It's the opposite of everything that you've experienced. It's a system in which you get treated as an equal and you get loved, and it's egalitarian and humane, unlike all of the systems that we currently are trapped in.
Whose dad is Irish?
Somebody. Was that Lone Wolf or no? There was Lustar, I believe.
Oh, okay. All I'm saying to you guys and girls is that there's only one person you can trust. Yourself.
Well, I've played Among Us once. I get that.
No, excuse me.
Yeah, dude.
I haven't yet to play Among Us, and I don't think I ever will. I don't feel that that's a healthy thing.
It isn't. It teaches you, it just reinforces to never trust anyone, and it reinforces the worst ideals and principles that we have as human beings.
Exactly.
Satan Panda 666, not gonna lie, anarchism is looking pretty good to me, very accepting. Yeah. There's a reason that every group that is oppressed and has had a movement of some sort, you find anarchists present. You want to talk, native indigenous cultures and fighting their oppression, you're going to find anarchists by their side. You want to talk labor movement of the late 1800s? Guess what? Anarchist, motherfucker. You want to talk women's suffrage? Anarchist. Talk to Emma Goldberg for that. Emma Goldman for that one. You want to talk, civil rights? Fucking Black Panthers had a founding member who's an anarchist, and they've had a few more that converted over the years as they developed. Every single oppressed group that has a viable complaint against an oppressor, you find anarchists rallying around them. And so it's one of the few groups that I can say, like, yeah, I'm proud to wear that badge. Because, yeah, occasionally we have an anarchist who does something stupid and steps out of line from the non-aggression principle. But every group has fucking morons that step out occasionally and do some stupid shit. You don't cast the baby out with the bathwater. And so, yeah, no, I'm proud of being an anarchist. Thank you, Christina. And you know my feelings on that, Christina. Let's see.
So while we're at it, Kai, why don't we play that video?
Oh, yeah, why not? That'll give me a nice break.
Yeah, let's have some candy. I know it's 9 minutes.
Fred Martinez demonstrated with others like him that gender identity, sexual orientation, and biological sex fall on spectrums, and that acceptance in societies ranges from reverence to murder. So what is Two-Spirit? Two-Spirit is the modern umbrella term to denote an American Indian who does not fit into the male-female heterosexual spectrum. It replaces the European given name Bardash. Bardash roots in Persian, which means slave or kept boy, and eventually it made its way into French and Spanish to derogatorily describe a passive male homosexual. The Spanish conquerors, European traders, and the missionaries saw Two-Spirits as sodomists, violating their Christian principles of absolute gender and sex. This ethnocentric bias, combined with economic desire for the resources natives possessed, set the conflict theory in motion. Biological sex and the ways people engaged in sexual activity were mostly not a concern to American Indians. The important part was how each person fulfilled a socio-economic role based on their gender identity. The term Two-Spirit might be new to some, but modern society is familiar with some of its conjugates: genderqueer, gender fluid, pangendered, and transgendered. These are terms that reference a person's gender identity. It's important to note that both then and now, gender identity is not the same as sexual orientation. Gender identity is socially constructed, with American Indian gender roles fulfilling both a symbolic interaction and structural functional aspect of culture, economics, and society. Two-spirits were seen as possessing a wholeness of woman and man, which allowed them to be somewhat superhuman in ability and thinking. A tribe's livelihood centered around two things: the spiritual interaction of the group with nature, and gendered activities for economics and social status. Because two spirits embodied both worlds, having a two-spirit among the tribe was very important for spiritual reasons and for mediating between gender roles. Behavior, clothing, activities, likes and dislikes. For whatever was the gender norm for each tribe, a person who showed a strength in one gender that didn't match their biological sex was a two-spirit. Third and fourth genders consisted of people who held one biological sex, but didn't gender identify with either male or female. Rather, they are a blend of the two, thus existing as another being altogether, occupying third and fourth genders. For the large part, American Indian culture never sought to eradicate or punish two spirits. Instead, two spirits held special places in society. Woman Chief, a Crow third-gendered woman, was a unique mix of male and female. She pursued masculine activities, becoming one of the best riders, shooters, hunters, and warriors of her people. She led war parties, hunted on foot, and butchered the meat, returning with it on her back to camp. At one point, she supported 4 wives, attesting to the wealth she accumulated. Out of the Crow's 160 lodges, she held the 3rd highest place and also held the 5th highest position among Crow chiefs at an intertribal Crow and Cree council. She could go no higher not because of her sex or gender, but because of family social position. The American artist Alfred Jacob Miller documented women
If you're leaving, train dumbass, it's been nice having you. Take care of yourself.
hunters in 1837, both in art and writing. Miller described what he saw.
No sooner does she reach the animal than she must watch his every movement. Keep an eye to her horse and guide him. Must look out for rifts and buffalo wallows on the prairies. Guard against the animals forming an angle and goring. Manage bow and arrows or lance, and while both are at full speed, to wound him in a vital part. To do all this requires great presence of mind, dexterity, and courage, and few women are found amongst them willing to undertake or capable of performing it.
This is Wiwa of the southwestern Zuni, the most famous male-bodied, female-identified Native North American two-spirit. She accompanied anthropologist Matilda Cox Stevenson in 1886 to Washington, D.C., where she charmed the Washington elite and President Grover Cleveland at their annual society ball. She also
Hey, Grover Cleveland, my stepfather, who is the embodiment of like white male privilege, smoked his first joint with the great grandson of Grover Cleveland.
visited private estates, wowing everyone with her artisan skills, pottery making, storytelling, song, and dance. Wiwa was highly valued by the Zuni. She was a caretaker of children, a medicine woman, a mediator, a craftsperson, and provided guidance to those who sought it. She was considered the most elegant, strongest, and intelligent of her people, which is why Wiwa was selected to go to Washington, along with a few others, to represent the Zuni's interest in protecting their land. Everyone accepted her as a female, for no one but Stevenson knew Wiwa had been born male. Grover Cleveland invited this Zuni princess to the White House, where Wiwa set up her loom on the lawn and dazzled everyone by making a blanket. Another male-bodied two-spirit, Oshtish, or finds them and kills them, was part of the respected Bote tradition of the Crow. He spent his time with women or others like him, but got his other name in an emergency role reversal. In 1876, he put on men's clothes and joined Crow warriors against the Lakota during the Battle of the Rosebud. His new name, finds them and kills them, denotes his success in battle. But in everyday peaceful life, Oshtish wore women's clothes and practiced women's crafts. U.S. agents of the Bureau of Indian Affairs had long had a plan of de jure discrimination and subjugation of native ways, especially regarding gender and sexuality. They tried to assimilate Oshtish to change to men's clothes and to cut his hair in the early 1900s. In 1982, ethnohistorian Walter L. Williams visited Joe Medicine Crow, the last Crow chief, and someone who served in World War II, at the Crow Reservation in Montana, and asked about the forced attempts to assimilate Oshtish. The next day, Joe Medicine Crow took Williams to the outside of the Bureau of Indian Affairs office, where they walked along the trees that encircled the office. Joe Medicine Crow said,
One agent in the late 1890s tried to interfere with Oshtish, who was the most respected Bade. The agent incarcerated the Bades, cut off their hair, made them wear men's clothing. He forced them to do manual labor planting these trees that you see here on the BIA grounds. The people were so upset with this that Chief Pretty Eagle came into Crow Agency and told the agent to leave the reservation. It was a tragedy trying to change them.
along with the nationwide government campaign, Christian missionaries also condemned Two-Spirits. Between government and religious prejudice and discrimination, eventually the sacred role of the Two-Spirit was suppressed.
Hey, that's Paints people fucking pulling up doing the heavy lifting. Don't ever forget, Christian missionaries are the harbingers of the death of a culture.
Yep. Very true.
And for a time forgotten, but Two-Spirits as people lived on quietly. Now with over 135 North American tribes documented with multiple genders, research in time is proving against the oppressive past that this was a diverse land, accepting and enriching its own people with the diversity that springs forth from the natural. Recent Native American revivals of the traditions are also reviving the role of the two.
I mean, Ten Commandment. Do you need this video to tell you that that Native peoples, or aka Indians in your verbiage, were oppressed? Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure that was common knowledge at this point.
Spirit through community action, social networking, gatherings, conferences, media, scholarship, and education. Randy Burns, co-founder in 1975 of Gay American Indians, says in the book Living the Spirit, "We are turning double oppression into a double opportunity, the chance to build bridges between communities, to create a place for gay Indians in both of the worlds we live in, to honor our past and secure our future."
If you didn't understand the point is that gender expression within a social construct is far more fluid and exists outside the binary norms of Western modern civilization. And the example that is being put forth here is that Native American cultures had the concept of two spirits and third and fourth genders. And that the idea of this binary gender construct is a modern creation, and that the multi-gendered construct or fluid gendered construct predates it by near incalculable amounts of years when you factor in the fact that not only did the Native Americans have this concept, the Indians had this concept, like the proper Indians. Well,
East Indian.
Well, congratulations, Ten Commandment. You're ahead of the curve. You don't need to take today's lesson, and you're feel free to skip the class.
After viewing this,
Jesus
one might
Christ.
wonder, isn't it easier just to be a man or woman and be done with it? Not really. Strictly bi-gendered societies have always had those who didn't fit gender standards. When a person is forced to pick an absolute side, the world asks them to cut off a part of themselves. But in realizing that human beings are greatly diverse individuals, and our likes, dislikes, our appearances, our faiths, or lack thereof, in the end, to find a place in society is something we all aspire to. And by including, rather than excluding, does a society benefit from a diversity of minds, so that all the cogs in the wheel can make it turn. This is what the native peoples of North America understood. This is that spirit. To learn more about gender.
Oh, it's a shame that gets cut off, but either way. Oh, no, autoplay. Oh, shit. There, turn that shit off. That was a good find, though. It's a nice few down minutes.
Yeah, well, I wanted to,
Yeah. And sorry for those in chat who already knew this stuff and it was a reviewed lesson for you. I'm sorry. I'll try and get together with the hundreds of people that come through my channel every day and understand what everybody knows, and in the future I will form my lessons around that. Jesus Christ.
And Ghost of Corey, what do you mean by the accent? Do you mean like what tribe I come from?
Curio, I adore you. His accent is Canadian. That's
Yeah.
fucking. That's the.
I'm a Canadian Papa Dakota Nation person.
Why are you such a tool? Why you gotta be a dick, bro?
Well, it's far better than the conservatives we've had.
Oof.
Although he is lacking in a lot of areas.
Yeah, it's sort of the one that actively stabs you versus the one that allows society to stab you.
Yeah.
sort of that situation going on. Let's see. Yeah. Check a thing. Oh, didn't mean to do that actually. Oh, let's go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
No. Speak.
And Green, most Albertans in Alberta do not like the Premier of Alberta because he's a tool. Basically a racist fascist that we need to get rid of.
Satan Panda. Yeah, they were. Yeah. To answer your question, so wait, natives understood and were more understanding about gender and orientation before most? Yeah.
Yeah.
The Chinese were, the Indians, actual Indians, like from India Indians, not a con job run by an idiot so-called explorer. They have this concept, and it predates most European civilization, quite frankly. This is people who argue for binary gender structures don't understand the entirety of human existence at that point. Like they're looking at a blip in our historical record and saying that this is the way it is, even though science doesn't agree with them. And literally all of history doesn't agree with them. So, it's one of those heights of willful ignorance or just bigotry. And so, take it for what it's worth. What do we got here? Oof. Yeah, I have a crippling addiction to egalitarianism. Well said, premarital. And you got some love from Corey.
No problem, Corey. Always happy. Always happy to share. See, that's what I do, even in my own stream. I share these things so that people can understand that it was here long before settlers ever came, and it'll still be here long after settlers are done.
Sure hope so. So.
Come on, man. 500 plus years of genocide and we're still here.
I know, right? It's a pretty solid record.
Exactly.
It's up there with like France as far as win-loss ratios go. Yeah.
Thank you, Curio.
Let's see. What are we on? 4 hours and 46 minutes. It seems like 3 or 4 lifetimes.
Panda.
Yeah, we have to keep going though.
Yeah, let's keep going, man. Don't end it. Come on now.
Fucking no.
We're having a good time.
Oh yeah, except my voice can only take so much. I'm striving for the 5-hour mark, and then we're gonna call this shit.
Okay.
Christina says Sue's gonna get me a Canadian husband.
That is quite possible, Christina. That is quite possible.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Corey says, as in a people. We're gonna keep going.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm on your team. I hope you do. If anybody ever deserved a win or two, most assuredly. But I'd sure like to get a win for the proletariat. Race, gender, all sexuality, all of these sorts of things aside, nationality. I get in trouble with the leftists about this sometimes. But after this kind of stream, I'm going to speak a little of Kai's mind. And Kai's mind looks towards, if we're going to talk end state, ideally, we need to move past all of these divisions and realize, very much in a native sort of perspective, we're all brothers and sisters on this planet, right? We're all fellow human beings. And some of our fellow human beings really, really like oppressing all of the other human beings. And these are the people I take the greatest contention and exception with. Sure, there's racists. Sure, there's bigots of all sorts, right? It's our class masters that are the largest problem, in my opinion. It's the ones who would dare sit on top of billions of dollars of resources and allocated goods and capital and commodities at the same time that there are children starving. That somebody... yeah?
Who the hell? 10 Commandments, the Brits were not stolen by the Vikings. Although the Brits did end up having one hell of a battle with the Vikings, and it didn't go well for the Brits. But they were not stolen by the Vikings. Let me clarify that.
Curio, love it. Yeah, we need to find a way to get past the divisionary tactics that have been utilized to subdivide us as people, and realize that if we want to overcome our biggest problems, and even all of our problems, you want to deal with the race issue in America, guess what? White and black people need to get the fuck along, right? All of that racist shit on both sides, all of the divisionary tactics on both sides, all of the individual tactics on both sides need to bind together into a single unit and say, oh, hey, we're in this together. We're just human beings flying through flying along in space on some weird biological spaceship. And if you attempt to divide us, fuck you. We're coming at you. Right? Like there needs to be a recognition that you're my brother or my sister or whatever. You're just a fellow human being.
Exactly.
And it's those that would seek to divide us that we need to attack the hardest, that we need to focus on the most, because it's those that seek to divide us that use those tactics against us, that use race and religion and sexuality and gender and nationality against us. Oh, he's gone. Oh.
Bye, 10 Commandments. It was nice knowing you.
Hey, so all government. Hey, you're talking to an anarchist. I'm okay with that concept, co-op show. Yes, hello, Argentina.
Hey, Argentina.
Christina, so glad he finally fucked up enough to be rid of him.
Give them enough rope, and they usually do.
You just slam into the fucking ground. Like, hey, you want to go bungee jumping? Here's some rope. Here's some more rope. Here's some more rope. We will not know that answer, woe guy, for days. At minimum 24 hours, maximum lawsuits. All right, lawsuits. And thank you for the follow. Let's see, what do we got? Yeah, well, debating worked. Fuck it. Let's hope that he wins. Okay. Sure. Argentina present. Exactly. Argentina represent. Argentinian and Chilean politics. Argentina and Chile have a solid contingent of anarchists. They do not fuck around in that part of the world either, by the way.
Yep.
That's you want to talk direct action? Go talk to an Argentinian or a Chilean anarchist. It shit gets real fast.
Hello, yet.
Oh, Yeti. How do I'm just going with Yeti. Forgive me. It's been a long stream. I'm going to take some shortcuts. During the Falklands War, we used Chile as a military airbase. The Falklands War with Britain was it was the military equivalent of a larger dude just holding a smaller dude by the forehead and letting him swing wildly. Like militarily, armament-wise, Britain outgunned Argentina so badly they could park their ships off their shore and just shell them without being touched. It was so one-sided. It was ridiculous. Catch you later, Chris. Much love, Ghost of Corey Haim.
Tuna says they're a Marxist from South Korea. Welcome, Korean. Welcome.
Not many not many Marxists around these parts. Lustar, kind of like what the U.S. is doing to the Middle East. No, because we're losing that one continuously, right? Like they're connecting from time to time. That's the thing, is it really isn't a 1-to-1 comparison. But I mean, yeah, fucking they managed to swing. How's it going in America? Exactly what you expect. Going to hell in a handbasket. Just, another day in the U.S. Par for the course. You're not going to find too many Marxists around these parts usually, but you're welcome nonetheless. Yeah. You're definitely catching the end of the show. This is, we are in the home stretch.
Yeah.
So, but
I don't know what tops is to ask what we got, how many we got in the
it's an aristocrat. It's British slang for somebody who's well-to-do.
Oh. Not many.
Jeff Bezos is probably the closest thing we have to royalty, right? Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Buffett, that sort of thing. How are things in South Korea? Probably better than here, but I mean, I know very little about South Korea other than what comes out of your mainstream media. So if there's any perspective you want to bring, love to hear it. Yeah, Fuckerberg. You didn't have to correct that, Lust. I much prefer your initial spelling. Imagine being worth billions of dollars and still being unable to not look like you're a fucking poorly built android. That is the weirdest shit. Like, why does Bill Gates look like he cuts his own fucking hair? Why does he look like he's wearing hand-me-down sweaters? What is the goddamn deal? You are worth billions of dollars. Get a goddamn stylist. Jesus. We expect that Trump make the Korea unite. Yeah, don't hold your breath on that one. Thanks, Funkmaster Womp. Still love the name. Till next time. Argentina's very bad. Yeah. I mean, South American politics is a...
If you mean by if Trump gets in, Korea's going to unite to go up against him, I'm all for it.
Yeah, that's Trump's not going to bring peace to the two Koreas. I hate to be the one to break that to you. It was a political ploy for him to get some good press on our continent. That's it. He doesn't give two shits about that stuff. In fact, he's a bigger fan of Kim Jong-un than he is of the current prime minister of South Korea. He prefers dictators and authoritarians over democratically elected leaders. Trump won't bring peace. What new war did he start again? Reagan united Germany, though. No, he didn't. I mean, Reagan was there for the unification of Germany, and he did have a hand in it. I'm not going to deny he didn't have a hand in it, but Reagan did not unify Germany. There was so many other variables and factors that went into that unification.
And Tuna, I have to honestly tell you, as an indigenous person from here in what's called North America, what you are looking at or what you are seeing is colonialism. And colonialism, it doesn't matter who's in charge, whether it's Trump, Biden, whatever, they'll all do the worst thing possible to anyone who wishes to be a free country or a nation. So trust me, you're better off if Trump doesn't get into office. Yeah, Hispanic incarceration now at 21%. Yeah.
Those sanctions against China, that trade war that you're touting, has cost Americans more than it's cost China. It's a war against our own people. This is how tariffs work. FYI. He's a huge advocate for decimating the war on drugs. Really, did he do anything about that? Or did he pass a epic multi-trillion-dollar tax deal for the wealthy? Because that's what he spent most of his political capital on during his first term. How about I don't know? How about some stimulus for the working class? How'd that go? I was gonna say, do we have paint in here again? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the wealthy. Why? Are you wealthy? Do you understand how this works? Like, are you a believer in Reaganomics and trickle-down economics? Like, are they poorly educated or brainwashed? They don't provide jobs. That's the biggest fallacy that I'm not even... Mods, this is the most boring person we've had all night. Do me the honor. I'm calling this one out. I'm done. I'm at the end of the stream. Have fun.
Bye. See you later.
Yep. Normally, I'm more tolerant, and I would have a conversation with this person, and I would attempt to, dissuade them using economic rhetoric. But the fact of the matter is, I'm at 5 hours. I'm going to end the stream very shortly, and I don't have the patience left anymore. So, too fucking bad. I didn't even see what Red Drake was about, but Mitre fucking nailed it fast. So
Mitre's hard at his work.
Mitre, I know you wanted your VIP badge back, but if you want to hang on to your mod duties, I'm sorry I didn't trust you initially, but you're more than welcome to hang on to those that mod status if you want it. I would be happy to have you as a mod regularly. You'll keep it. Cool. It's yours. I need a mod staff. I've hit the point where I need more than a singular mod. I need a team of mods. It's fucking weird, but it's true.
Very true.
So we're going to wrap this up. Everybody, if you haven't, let's do this. Go follow Lost Sue. Sue, give the pitch. What do you do?
Basically, my whole entire stream is about indigenous way of life. Everything from indigenous music to indigenous teachings to understanding the difference between pre-colonialization to now, as well as covering topics of residential school, 60 scoop, to all kinds of indigenous topics.
Thank you for the follow, Sean. You have caught the very end of the stream, or you've been here lurking for a while. And if that is the case, thank you for hanging out. Love to the lurkers as well. It has gotten to the point where there are people that just lurk in chat. That's fucking cool. Thanks for hanging out. For all of the new people, thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for joining me. Thanks for being who you are and doing what you do. My name's Kai. You can catch me 5 days a week, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, 5:30 p.m. Pacific U.S. time. Tuesday, Thursday, 11:30 p.m. Pacific U.S. time. You can catch all of my stuff at kaisthings.com, K-A-I-S things.com. And I hope you're as well as you can be. Till next time, guys. Oh, shit.
night, all.
Wait, should we
Good
raid
morning.
somebody? I think we should raid somebody. Did I drive everybody off? Like it's standard policy, raid policy. Callie Kami's just chatting. Let's run over to Callie Kami. Fuck it. Let's do it. We'll see how many I have to raid with after I did a sign off like that, but we'll do it.
So far, they're showing 28.
Cool.
Yeah. Thank you, Star. Thank you, everyone who followed me and everything. I appreciate it. Much love and respect.
All right, everybody. We're going to raid Callie Kami.